Excellencies, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pradeep Wagle, and I am the Chief of the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Section at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Let me welcome you to today's expert workshop on new developments and solution pathways in ensuring access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. This is third of the 3 expert workshops convened pursuant to the Human Rights Council Resolution 50/13. As you might recall, in February 2023, the office held a first workshop which resulted in the drafting of a compendium of good practices presented at the 53rd session of the Human Rights Council. The second expert workshop last year delved into key challenges and new developments, contributing to an analytical study on key challenges which was presented at the Human Rights Council's 56th session, and both of these reports are available online on our website. The discussions and recommendations made during today's expert workshop will feed into a comprehensive report to be presented to the Human Rights Council at its 59th session. A call for written contributions has been issued to this effect and is available on our website. As mentioned in the concept note and the program of work, there will be 2 thematic sessions today. The first one, panel 1, will start now from 10 o'clock until 1 p.m. on new developments and solution pathways in ensuring access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. The second panel, panel 2, will start at 1500 hours and will end at 1700 hours, which will discuss on regional and cross-regional measures of cooperation and assistance aimed at enhancing access to medicine, vaccines, and other health products. Participants have been invited to register to speak during each sessions in advance. Participants who have not yet registered but want to take the floor may use the raise hand function on WebEx. Participants who are not given the floor because of time constraints are invited to submit their written intervention in writing to the Secretariat by the end of the week, namely 24th of January 2025, so that they may be posted on website. Before we start, let me remind all participants that the United Nations, including the Human Rights Council, has a zero tolerance for any form of harassment, including sexual harassment. The United Nations Organization in Geneva Director General has pledged to implement the Code of Conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment at UN system events. The active participation of representatives of civil society and national human rights institutions is an essential component of the Council. We will follow up on all reported allegations of reprisal and intimidation committed against individuals or groups who have cooperated with the Council. Now, to open this expert workshop, it is my honor to introduce a pre-recorded video statement of the United Nations Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Nada Al-Nassif.
Your Excellencies, dear participants, colleagues, and friends, I'm very pleased to open this third Human Rights Council mandated expert workshop on new developments and solution pathways in ensuring access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. And let me start with a reminder of the context. Around 2 billion people worldwide lack access to essential medicines, and inequities in access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products continue to affect regions and groups disproportionately. For example, almost 1 billion children, older persons, and persons with disabilities lack access to assistive technologies such as prosthetics, hearing aids, and communication devices. Affordability remains the greatest barrier. Up to 90% of the population in low and middle income countries purchase medicines through out-of-pocket payments, and this is pushing millions further into poverty every year. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed and exacerbated at the same time global health inequities. It underscored the urgent need to ensure equitable vaccine distribution and the strengthening of local manufacturing capacity. It also served as a reminder of the critical importance of addressing the deeply embedded structural issues that perpetuate deep inequality in health systems. And while the lasting HIV and AIDS pandemic highlights the impact of stigma and discrimination, it also reminds us of what becomes possible when we have global cooperation, access-oriented approaches to intellectual property, and the prioritization of universal and equal access to healthcare all coming together. The compounded evolving challenges we face do indeed require urgent action. Pandemics amplified by climate change are likely to become more frequent, severe, and unpredictable, further straining health systems. Conflicts, many of which are driven by resource inequities, will continue to deny people access to life-saving medicines and health products, including due to targeting of medical establishments and killing of medical personnel in stark violation of international law. Rapid advancements in technology and innovation present both opportunities and risks. On the one hand, digital health, artificial intelligence, and precision medicine offer promising avenues for expanding access and enhancing health outcomes. And yet, they must be harnessed inclusively in compliance with human rights without exacerbating existing inequalities or creating new forms of exclusion. In navigating these new challenges and opportunities, a human rights-based approach to access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products is critical. Such an approach has the power to overcome systemic and discriminatory barriers. It requires us to consider essential medicines and vaccines as public goods rather than mere commodities. Our office has, for example, been working with Somalia to improve access to healthcare services, mapping the barriers faced by marginalized groups. We also support the authorities to review their national health strategy and ensure that it is deliberately geared towards realizing the right to health for all, especially marginalized groups. In Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, we are conducting a human rights-based budget analysis on the interlinkages between the right to health and the right to a healthy environment. More broadly, transitioning towards a human rights economy where economic policies and business models are grounded in human rights can also help to ensure that the benefits of pharmaceutical and health innovation are more equally distributed. Dear participants, guaranteeing the right to health, including equitable access, is not just a cornerstone of social justice. It is a critical pathway for the addressing of structural inequalities that fuel poverty, instability, and conflict. As we confront the combined crises of pandemics, proliferating conflict, the far-reaching impact of climate change, we must anchor our responses in human rights. Together, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to shape a future where health systems are resilient, inclusive, and sustainable, and where all can access essential vaccines and medicines. Today's discussions will, I hope, help shape innovative approaches and inspire concrete solutions so that we can, working together, ensure that the right to health becomes a lived reality for all, everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy High Commissioner, for these opening remarks, which sets the scene for today's discussion. Please allow me to share with you some brief introductory remarks and thoughts. The Human Rights Council has adopted several resolutions recognizing that access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products is an essential component of the right to health. The number of resolutions I would like to quote 41/10 of 11th July 2019, 46/14 of 23rd of March 2021, and 49/25 of 1st April 2021. And I also already mentioned the resolution 50/13, which creates this mandate and affirming the need for ensuring equitable, affordable, timely, and universal access for all countries to vaccines in response to the coronavirus disease known as COVID-19 pandemic, as well as medicines and other health products within the context of addressing inequalities in recovering from the pandemic. The question is if we will have another pandemic, but when and whether health systems can adequately provide human rights-based responses rooted in universal health coverage and global solidarity. Last August, MCO was declared a public health emergency of international concern by the World Health Organization and is putting again to test the willingness of states to fulfill their human rights obligation of international assistance and cooperation so that essential medicines, vaccines, and health products are widely shared as a global public good. Concerns over recent increase of influenza A, known as S5N1, cases commonly known as bird flu, highlight the relevance of a one health approach. In the midst of discussions on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, tuberculosis continues to be one of the deadliest infectious diseases behind COVID-19. Tuberculosis and other known and treatable diseases such as HIV, malaria, and non-communicable diseases and neglected tropical diseases disproportionately affect developing countries and the most marginalized. This prevailing situation of inequity in the access to existing treatment is unacceptable and is the result of compounding human rights violations and disregard to the right-based approach to healthcare. Drug resistance, tuberculosis, HIV, and malaria affects probably the most marginalized who face additional barriers to access quality and effective treatment. Antimicrobial resistance has been called the silent pandemic and one of the major public health threats. It reflects inadequate access to antimicrobials and the proliferation of the irrational use of prescription of antibiotics. It is undeniable that medical innovation, rewarded by generous returns on investment, has made significant contribution to improving health globally. 8. This is innovation model rooted in the patent system, delivering on tackling non-communicable diseases, neglected tropical diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and other public health needs, and on ensuring the accessibility of health products to the most vulnerable. Can an international agreement for the financing and coordination of medical research and innovation enhance access to medicines and other health products? How can we ensure policy coherence within the international legal order between states' right to health obligations to ensure access to medicines and other health products and the PIPS plus provisions which are being included under bilateral trade and investment agreements? How are dispute settlement mechanisms under these agreements factoring in states' right to health obligations? Of further issues that panelists may want to reflect on today is the access to traditional and complementary medicines. The WHO estimates the use of such medicines by almost half the population in many industrialized countries and up to 80% in some African countries. Paying particular attention to cultural practices, cost and custom is thus key in ensuring that accessibility and acceptability of medicines are aligned. The mandate conferred under the Human Rights Council Resolution 50/13 underscores the need for contemporary analysis and policy guidance on the right to health-based approach to access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. The Compendium of Good Practices prepared by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights highlights the importance of multifaceted approach to maximizing availability, accessibility, which includes access-oriented management of intellectual property rights, measures encouraging the production of medicines, and research and development models which delink product cost from price. The analytical study points to group-specific barriers and systematic barriers to access, which to be overcome require a universal healthcare approach to health systems and comprehensive policies on health products covering their entire life cycle. The office remains committed to continue providing guidance and recommendations for states, civil society, and other key stakeholders on a right-based approach to enhancing access to health products. Distinguished experts, excellencies, and colleagues, our first panel will focus on developments and solution pathways in addressing key challenges to ensure and enhance access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. Allow me now to briefly introduce our first panelist. Our first panelist is Dr. Katarina Bereduov. I hope, Katarina, I pronounce your name well. She is a health scientist and legal scholar dedicated to advancing equitable access to medicines through innovative research and policy engagement. As an assistant professor at the University of Amsterdam's Law Center for Health and Life, she investigates the influence of international and European law, regulations, and practice on global access to medicine. Katarina leads impactful research initiatives, including a prestigious Penny Grant to analyze the EU's influence to global medicine access, and a HECITA grant exploring the EU's pharmaceutical legislation's impact in North Africa and the Middle East, both from the Dutch Research Council. Her expertise informs global policy through past advisory roles within WHO, OECD, and various parliaments, alongside active contributions to civil society, namely the Dutch Medicine Networks, the Pharmaceutical Accountability Foundation, and Health Action Network. Each panelist will have 7 minutes for the presentation, and I'd like to remind all speakers to please unmute their microphone in order to speak. We are able to mute you, but not to unmute you. Katarina, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and guests, it's an honor to address this gathering and be with you today. Inequitable global access to medicines demands urgent action from states, the private sector, and civil society to uphold fundamental human rights for all. It's the primary responsibility of states to create conditions ensuring universal access to medicines. However, alongside states, non-state actors, particularly the pharmaceutical industry, also bear significant responsibilities in advancing these rights. This intervention builds on research conducted by my team and others, examining access to medicines as a key component of human rights. It highlights the commitments made in law and the evidence of their implementation through pharmaceutical policies at various levels of governance. My intervention will focus on key obligations that states must fulfill domestically and as members of regional and international organizations, and the responsibilities of the private sector in addressing this critical issue. I now focus on states' obligations towards their domestic populations. First, states must enshrine clear legal obligations and rights for access to medicines in their domestic law. Such provisions and universal health coverage laws should recognize that essential medicines are a right of all people, regardless of their employment or legal status, or their ability to pay. Such provisions should take a holistic approach to providing the medicines necessary for health promotion, disease prevention, and for treatment. In many cases, access to diagnostics, which are essential for the rational and efficient use of medicines, can be costly and challenging for patients unless covered by health systems. Second, states must commit sufficient public funding to ensure the provision of essential medicines while adequately regulating the private pharmaceutical industry to guarantee that a reliable supply of affordable medicines will be available. Human rights law justifies government interventions when patent-protected medicines are unaffordable. In such cases, states should be willing to use legal measures to suspend exclusive rights and ensure affordability. And to do this, governments should act now to adopt measures in their national laws that implement the flexibilities contained in the World Trade Organization's TRIPS agreement. This is consistent with the social function of intellectual property as recognized by the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Third, recognizing the legal boundaries of access to medicines helps set clear expectations for patients. Transparent and objective prioritization criteria that reflect societal values and that are based on empirical evidence must be clearly outlined in national pharmaceutical policies. The Health Intervention and Technology Assessment Program in Thailand serves as a notable example of this approach. Fourth, transparency is essential in the pharmaceutical sector. Greater openness is needed in various areas, ranging from public access to clinical trials data and scientific data that underpin regulatory and reimbursement decisions, to the components of medicines prices. States such as France and Italy have adopted national legislation requiring pharmaceutical producers to disclose their the public research and development investments that have been made for medicines that are seeking reimbursement. And similar measures are now being considered in other countries and by the European Union, whose members are all UN member states. These practices contribute to realizing commitments made by the World Health Assembly's Resolution 72.8 on transparency of pharmaceutical markets, and they should inspire legal reform elsewhere. Civil society has taken steps to obtain medicines price information when it has not been forthcoming. In Spain and Colombia, civil society groups have applied the right to access public documents to obtain purchase prices, selection criteria, and procurement contracts for medicines for cancer, such as Kymriah and COVID-19 vaccines. A decision by Spain's Council of Transparency and Good Governance emphasized the legal and societal importance of understanding how public authorities make medicines procurement decisions. In particular, the Council underscored that the right to have access to public information has intrinsic value to the concept of democracy. With regards to the transparency of coverage decisions, state authorities must, at a minimum, take steps to clearly communicate why certain medicines are reimbursed and why others are not. A notable example of this commitment is in Turkey's patient rights regulation, which entitles patients with unmet health needs to request objective, evidence-based justification for the state's decision. The right to question state decisions and to receive a response is the essence of accountability. This approach can also help prevent excessive or unreasonable demands for immediate access to medicines at any cost. Fifth, states must establish robust accountability mechanisms for unavailable or unaffordable medicines in national universal health coverage laws and in practice. Accountability is rooted in the right to an effective remedy for rights violations and in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Patients should be informed about their options, and these mechanisms should be easily accessible to them. Some innovative examples we found in national health laws include grievance committees at health institutions in the Philippines, patient ombudsmen in South Africa, and patient rights units at health centers in Turkey. Of course, states are not alone in acting on pharmaceutical policy measures. In addressing global health challenges, UN member states must advocate for equitable and affordable access to essential medicines within the regional and international organizations they're a part of, such as the European Union and the World Trade Organization. States should align their actions with international law, including the UN Charter and human rights treaties. Greater attention should be paid to the coherence between states' actions. Commitment to promoting human rights in one area, such as through public research and development funding, does not absolve states or the international organizations they're a part of from upholding these rights in other areas, such as global health law and global trade law. Finally, I must briefly address the responsibilities of non-state actors in advancing access to medicines. Although private companies have no formal obligations under international human rights law, they do have responsibilities that can be enforced by domestic courts, as we are learning through climate litigation. This promising avenue for enforcement should be leveraged by individuals and groups representing the public interest. For example, a Dutch court is set to examine a case brought by the Pharmaceutical Accountability Foundation, which alleges that a company's excessive medicines price displaced healthcare and resulted in human rights violations. Relevant commercial entities, such as law, consulting, and marketing firms, also have responsibilities. In this regard, scholars point to the example of consulting firm McKinsey, whose advice to pharmaceutical company Purdue fueled the opioid epidemic. These intermediaries must apply the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, ensuring that their advice does not cause negative human rights impacts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Katarina, for your intervention. You touched upon a number of important issues, including the state obligations, the need for adequate funding to ensure access to health care services, medicines, and so on, the need to have national laws to reinforce, and also bringing some of the promising practices from around the globe. Thank you so much. And please stay on. There might be questions from the participants, and we will invite you to share with us your concluding observations in a bit. I'll now invite our second panelist, who is Dr. Viviana Munoz-Teles. Viviana is the program coordinator of the Health, Intellectual Property, and Biodiversity Program of the South Center. As of 2006, Viviana leads the team providing policy orientation research, expert advice, and technical assistance activities to developing countries and institutions on health, intellectual property, and biodiversity, and their broader link to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and digital transformation. She holds a doctorate degree on management of technology from École Polytechnique of Lausanne, Switzerland, having focused on models of research and development, collaboration to deliver affordable biomedical innovations, addressing the disease burden in developing countries, and master's degree in development management from London School of Economics. Dr. Viviana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I will first begin these quick remarks by mentioning that a recent development with the COVID-19 pandemic clearly was an intensification of the existing systemic challenges and barriers that governments have long faced in advancing access to health products as part of their human rights obligations. So these persist from low availability to lack of affordability, weak health technology assessment and price control practices, and regulation of the pharmaceutical market, as well as the concentration of production capacity, in particular for vaccines and new medicines, and regulatory and intellectual property and other market exclusivity barriers to the development and procurement of low-cost generics. In addition to this, from the COVID-19 pandemic, we still are seeing now the impacts of further significant disruptions to health services, including for the provision of access to medicines and routine immunization. In terms of new developments, I think today, as we all know, a core concern is financing overall for public health, including for access to medicines. So in terms of human rights obligations of states, of course, providing sufficient financing in public health is important. And related to this, the deep concern of affordability of health products. So one of the lessons that can be drawn in a good recommendation is with regards to systems for procuring of medicines. We see that pooled procurement, which helps to aggregate demand, is effective to improve the collective negotiation power, in particular countries with smaller markets, and to lower costs. We see different international mechanisms that one of the important issues is to ensure adequate governance, as some of these agencies are independent from member states, including those that receive international financing, but then we might see that these systems that are functioning, which are critical at the moment, might be limited due to changes, for example, in the geopolitical environment. And as we know, just recently, the United States will reduce their overall financing in public health. So institutions such as Global Fund and the COVAX facility during the COVID-19 pandemic were useful in mobilizing joint procurement of medicines, but we do need more member states to directly engage in this process. Therefore, it's a welcoming new development, for example, that the African Union has this year, 2024, also noted that a new pooled procurement mechanism will be designed for the African region to increase affordability and access to medicines. And this mirrors, for example, the work of the revolving fund in the Latin American region under the Pan American Health Office. We also see important efforts to increase regional production capacities. And this is very important to avoid dependency on existing international mechanisms of procurement, as well as to ensure that countries are in a better position to ensure access to medicines. In terms of the concern for affordability and tackling high prices, one of the core areas for recommendations is increasing transparency on prices and also on the costs of research and development. In particular, where public sector support is provided for research and development, there is a need to ensure more of this transparency. And this is aligned to the World Health Organization Resolution 72.8 on improving the transparency of markets for medicine, vaccines, and for other health products. With regard to the cost of R&D as well, it is important for governments to ensure that there is more disclosure from what is being invested from private sector, as well as when there's public sector contributions, in order to reduce the overall cost of new medical products. And so leveraging the use of those public resources in R&D is important, for example, for influencing the disease areas into which research and development goes into. For example, in the case of developing countries, many diseases do not receive significant private sector research and development as there's lower market interest there. And as well for other areas, including, for example, for the development of new antibiotics. It is also now a growing crisis where we have increase in drug-resistant infections, and we don't have new antibiotics coming to the market. So we also need to address that systemic issue of how do we ensure that we have research and development that can be done at a more lower cost, and also ensure that there are some obligations on access tied when public funding is given. For example, non-exclusive licensing, affordable pricing, and obligations on product registration in key countries and distribution. Promoting generics is also a very important measure that countries can take to improve affordability. Now we have also new developments, not only in new small molecule-based drugs, but also in biosimilars. And advancing biosimilars access is also important for affordable access. These advances in biologics, including monoclonal antibodies, offer significant potential for improved health outcomes, but they're very expensive and the production is concentrated in few countries. So what can be done in this area is, for example, to avoid the extensive patent protection and additional market exclusivity for biologics that delay market entry for biosimilars. These can include, for example, establishing guidelines for examining patents for biologics that provide for stringent implementation of patentability criteria that can limit the number of patents granted. We continue to see challenges of countries aligning public health goals with policies and legislations on intellectual property rights. Voluntary license by the pharmaceutical industry has not been sufficient to ensure availability and affordability of essential medicines. A recent report of the Access to Medicine Index for 2024 shows that there has been a decline in the number of new non-exclusive voluntary licenses, and that the number of companies with voluntary license agreements has decreased. Moreover, in the granted voluntary licenses, such as for lenacapavir for HIV, many middle-income countries continue to be excluded from these licenses. So voluntary licenses must remain an important mechanisms that countries utilize and have the legislation framework to do so for advancing access to medicines. Recently, Colombia granted a compulsory license for advancing treatments to HIV/AIDS, and this is a welcome development. It also shows that the mechanism is viable and effective, and also calls attention to undue legal actions of the industry against the use of compulsory license. Access to medicines for essential sexual and reproductive health care is also limited by different barriers. And we see alarming developments in different restrictive laws, such as abortion bans and decreased access to prescription birth control and emergency contraceptives, as well as reduced access to family planning services. Therefore, attention to maintaining essential sexual and reproductive health care is an important recommendation for governments. And finally, we support this human rights-based approach in the implementation of the recently agreed amendments to the international health regulations, which includes, importantly, for the first time now, there is the introduction of access to medicines as a key part of what should be core capacities for countries, as well as in the negotiations of the pandemic treaty to include some of these elements to promote the human rights approach for fostering access to health technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Viviana Teles, for your intervention and also highlighting a number of important issues. The reminder of COVID-19, negative impact on people, the constraint in financing on public health, which also continues to pose challenge on the affordability of health price and healthcare services. The highlight was also on the economic capacity of people purchasing medicine and a number of other issues. Thank you so much. Please stay on. We will come back to you in a bit for your concluding remarks, and there might also be opportunity to interact with participants. Now I'd like to invite our third panelist, who is Mr. Anthony Taubman, who is a senior, who has served in senior roles with the WTO and World Intellectual Property Organization, with responsibilities spanning the intersection of the intellectual property system with public health, the environment and climate change, trade, development, the knowledge economy, traditional knowledge and biodiversity, and of course, human rights. Earlier, working as a registered patent and trademark attorney, he has served in diverse diplomatic and national policymaking roles, and he holds academic positions with the University of Melbourne, Swinburne University of Technology, and Queen Mary University of London. His publications cover the law and policy of IP, international IP in general, as well as the development dimension of intellectual property in the digital economy, the interaction of the intellectual property with competition policy, international dispute settlement, indigenous IP rights, traditional knowledge and biodiversity, and public health and IP, and ethics and IP. Mr. Taubman, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm getting through okay. It's very much an honour for me to take part in this panel and alongside such distinguished panelists. And I thank you for your very generous introduction. I should simply supplement it by clarifying that I'm certainly speaking entirely in a personal capacity and not related to any of my previous responsibilities. But we have a very important set of issues in front of us, and I'm honoured to have the opportunity to address them in such good company. This is a complex, challenging, and profoundly consequential area of continuing concern, highlighted, as some have said, and exacerbated by the experience of the pandemic. We are amidst an array of irreducibly technical and complex practical challenges. These range from financing and mobilizing other resources to support innovation processes that are based and guided by access and equity, effective and expeditious regulation of new and adapted medicines so they are available promptly but are safe and effective, to maintaining open, unimpeded trade routes for the critical ingredients and finished products in the public health area, public health centred procurement programs, and of course the deployment of strategies to access and deploy vital new technologies. Amidst all of this, it's absolutely vital not to lose sight of the fundamental importance of the human rights approach we're looking at today, founded on the principles of equity and inclusiveness. One of the very harsh and very practical lessons, unfortunately, of the pandemic was a reminder of the principle embedded in the constitution of the WHO itself. And I quote, "The achievement of any state in the promotion and protection of health is of value to all, and unequal development in different countries in the promotion of health and control of diseases, especially communicable disease, is a common danger." So these are not only deep-seated normative principles, but also practical empirical observations. Even, maybe especially at a time of strategic rivalry and geopolitical mistrust, all nations have a common interest in a collective approach to monitoring and containing threats to public health. Pathogens have no respect for national boundaries and national sovereignty, and failure to embrace a collaborative, coordinated international approach is a recipe for more frequent and less easily monitored outbreaks of new and mutated pathogens, an entirely predictable set of future health challenges that are likely to impact those, tragically, with the least resources to deal with them. At the same time, we have to acknowledge at the very heart of the dreadful experience of the pandemic that the process of making available new and adapted health technologies is an inherently complex, multifactorial, and fundamentally practical imperative. This was iconically and tragically the case for the COVID vaccines that transformed the impact of the pandemic for many, but at the most critical period of the pandemic were distributed with extraordinary inequities, an experience that is likely to shape a generation's global health policy, as well it should. Central to a critical multilateral debate at the heart of the pandemic, and what must still be central to our collective considerations on how to apply the hard lessons we learned, is the question of the role of the intellectual property system, my own particular background, and in particular the suitability of the WTO TRIPS agreement as a normative framework for the governance of IP and relations between nations, at least as concerns patents, undisclosed information, and clinical trial data. We had the remarkable situation in the WTO that many national governments called for the effective suspension of all relevant obligations to one another regarding IP protection in the form of the much debated TRIPS waiver. And as part of that, a call for a safe haven against dispute settlement. The idea of balance at the heart of intellectual property law and policy is certainly a compelling practice, of the necessity of realizing the right to science and the right to enjoy the application of scientific progress, closely intertwined with, of course, the right to health, and more broadly, the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. If we can take a moment looking at first principles, the IP system, even in the way it's framed by the TRIPS agreement, need not and should not be in fundamental conflict with the fulfillment of human rights. It was indeed to preserve the essential domestic policy space, to ensure that they retain the capacity to focus the IP system on public policy goals, that developing country negotiators insisting on framing the objectives of IP, the IP system in the TRIPS text, as a public interest safeguard. And while their negotiating goals were subject to compromise on other aspects, they were certainly successful in embedding these principles in international law through the vector of the TRIPS agreement. The idea that, yes, we have IP there to promote technological innovation, but also to enable the transfer and dissemination of that technology. And the idea that this should be a positive sum game to the mutual advantage of both producers and users. And above all, that this should conduce to social and economic welfare and a balance of rights and obligations, issues, fundamental principles embedded in international law, embedded in the TRIPS agreement, that we often lose sight of in the immediate debates, the necessary debates. Concerning the right to health as a fundamental human right, these principles were reinforced in the Doha Declaration on the TRIPS Agreement and Public Health, which I would argue remains a critical instrument in recentering the context of TRIPS and the IP system generally, with a focus on the right to health. So, to me, one key issue is what it means in this very complex, contested policy and legal space to place national governments at the centre and to understand the full interplay between these important international principles, the IP system, IP treaties such as the TRIPS Agreement and the human rights instruments, and at the same time to bolster effective agency on the part of national governments. And I'm delighted to see that two previous panelists have commented in a very, very direct and helpful way on those points. Because to me, this is one of the abiding issues throughout the pandemic. There was a proposal, a much strongly supported proposal for a TRIPS waiver, which would have relaxed each country's international obligations, broadened the scope of the options that national governments have, and in principle, at least, enabled a wider range of responses to the pandemic. But we need to see that even that really quite far-reaching initiative in its broader context, because it would not in itself have overridden or predetermined the choices of national governments. Still less lead to the what some hoped for, I guess, the automatic suspension of IP rights in each country, let alone providing in itself a framework for positive collective action. It may have made possible new forms of international solidarity, which a movement that was called for so convincingly, compellingly from the outset of the pandemic. But as the suspension of international rules, it would not in itself offer a pathway forward. So that's needed to be considered as a supplementary or complementary, an additional factor. Indeed, ironically, at the time when we saw at the heart of a difficult debate, both the proponents and the opponents of a waiver conflated this proposal to relax international standards with the actual urgent steps needed to leverage access to medicines in a overwhelmingly complex practical, logistical, legal, and administrative environment that sadly many governments had to negotiate their way through or navigate their way through. So to me, one critical lesson to come from this dreadful experience is the need to use international institutions, to use more closer attention to international normative principles to bolster and reinforce the effective agency on the part of national governments and to support like-minded governments to work together in solidarity to promote equitable access to medicines. And thankfully, we have seen in the wake of the pandemic very encouraging developments since then to turn such aspirations, which can sound very vague and I might say Geneva-like, very abstract, into actuality, into delivered programs. So I think it's critical to understand now both the normative level and the practical level, how to strengthen and support the individual and collective agency of governments, including to courses of action that we've seen may encounter resistance domestically, internationally. And here there's a critical role for the human rights community in providing the necessary political and technical support and encouragement. The WTO's ministerial decision on TRIPS agreement concerning the pandemic has its critics. What it did aim to do was to clarify, even categorize and strengthen the agency that countries do have to override patent and test data exclusivity in the public interest, particularly at a time of crisis. So it did aim to solidly reinforce the understanding that there is indeed considerable scope for countries to take robust action under a clear-sighted and objective understanding of the existing international rules. Even so, there is ample reportage of hesitation, political pushback, administrative difficulty, undue procedural complexity, even using the existing options that in principle are open to domestic agencies today. Measures that which plainly can and should be considered as part of the overall policy toolkit in addressing equitable access to medicines. And we've heard from previous panelists examples of these measures. And the question is how to reinforce that agency at a normal level, at a practical level. And to my mind, there's a sequence of steps. First is something that we have been good at, perhaps, is understanding the full range of options that are in principle available and should be realistically available. Then considering their potential application in a strategic context shaped by a vaccine and medicine strategy, guided by regional considerations, guided by national considerations, tailored to domestic needs and priorities. With that comes the need for political confidence to take choices that may attract criticism and political pushback. And then the administrative and sometimes the legislative capacity to deploy legitimate choices, but in an effective and expeditious manner. And I think one way of reinforcing this notion of enhanced national agency is to look at the possibility of collective action as a force multiplier. There's this understanding that regionally based initiatives and South-South cooperation can provide a force multiplier for national governments, can help in overcoming these capacity constraints, issues of at a practical level of viability, and indeed, if necessary, confronting some of the political pushback. This reinforces the idea that enabling, supporting effective agency is not the same as resigning ourselves to a Hobbesian world of atomistic national governments at each other's throats. A reminder that cooperation and collaboration is not merely desirable, but pragmatically and practically invaluable. So this idea of collective agency as a force multiplier for enhanced agency, particularly for countries in the same region, we're seeing this bear fruit now. as action is taken to coordinate innovation and access initiatives, to create sustainable procurement markets, to engineer more decentralized and geographically balanced production capacity for medicines, tailoring innovation, adaptation and production to regional needs, building capacity for technology uptake and working on barriers to technology access, including intellectual property barriers where we encounter those. And thankfully, we are seeing multiple initiatives to put these measures in place. There's no time now to go through the wonderful example of the WHO and Medicines Patent Pool sponsored initiative of the mRNA Hub, but this is clearly a model for the way ahead for sustainable adaptation, innovation, and delivery of, in this case, a wonderful new class of vaccines. These kind of experiences, I think, could tip the scale, given that many governments are now energized by the really harsh lessons of the pandemic and do see the need for new ways of working together and developing that sense of agency, applying it in a spirit of solidarity. This is what I've called elsewhere solidarity as a practical craft, not merely as an aspiration or as an overarching ethical call, but as a practical craft. And we do see the possibility of seeing this delivered in a practical way. I'm conscious I'm running out of time, so I will simply touch on something I've been asked to mention briefly, which is the significance of Indigenous and traditional knowledge and their importance for equitable and inclusive responses to health challenges. As has been mentioned, this is a practical matter for many communities around the globe. It is, and I think it's worth noting there's a false dichotomy between what we see as Western or formal medical technologies and so-called traditional or complementary medical technologies. If you look at the history of any tradition of medical technology, it has its roots in what we would see as traditional or complementary medicine. So the first step is to do away with an absolute false dichotomy between these fields, and then to deal with fundamental questions relating to recognition and respect for Indigenous and traditional knowledge systems, and especially the communities that support and sustain them. And again, we are seeing exciting possibilities for inclusive and equitable participation of communities in drug development, overcoming that false dichotomy. At a normative level, and I'm sort of embarrassed before a human rights audience, but the critical text here is clearly the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which frames the right to traditional medicines and to maintain health practices, and recognises Indigenous peoples' collective rights over traditional knowledge and the manifestations of their sciences and technologies. Interestingly, the only such human rights instrument that expressly refers to maintaining intellectual property, in this case, collective intellectual property over such material. And I would suggest this instrument has been very influential in reshaping perceptions, reshaping understandings, leading to that recognition and respect, even if practical progress has been frustrating. These have, when it comes to intellectual property, there's been long unresolved debates, both in WIPO and WTO. The idea that the IP system should be rebased in response to these concerns. Beneath what has been a complex set of legal and textual debates is a deeper paradigm shift, recognizing that the notions of innovation and technological progress, validated by the culturally focused intellectual property system, are indeed strongly culturally inflected and based on somewhat limited assumptions that can effectively exclude traditional knowledge systems and forms of intergenerational and collective innovation. So one positive aspect that I have seen in what is now a protracted multi-decade debate is the idea that the recognition, acknowledgement, validation of Indigenous and traditional knowledge has taken roots, even if not always recognised effectively in legal form. But we do have an emerging basis for progress in this area, which I think will have really important significance for appropriate, sustainable, inclusive drug discovery and development. Finally, in May last year, we saw the conclusion of the WIPO Treaty on Intellectual Property, Genetic Resources and Associated Traditional Knowledge, which, while limited in its specific formal legal content, was a very strong signal, and as we heard from a wide range of Indigenous and traditional communities, was a very strong signal that the multilateral community is hearing the message, is taking steps to recognise and respect the significance of Indigenous and traditional knowledge and the critical innovation, the invaluable innovation that such communities develop and have custodianship over. So thank you so much for the opportunity to take part. We are at a critical time, but there are really encouraging developments that I think we can hopefully build upon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tubman, for highlighting a number of issues, which I will not take time of summarizing, but invite the fourth speaker. Before that, Mr. Tubman, please stay on. We will have opportunity to interact with the participants, and also maybe opportunity to respond to some of the questions that participants might ask. With that note, I would like to now invite Mr. Anand Grover, who is a well-known, long-time advocate and activist for HIV and human rights. He is a designated senior advocate practicing in the Supreme Court of India and the director of the Lawyers Collective in India. He has argued many cases relating to the right of people living with HIV, including the first HIV case in India relating to employment law, on sexual diversity, including the case which decriminalized consensual same-sex activity in the Delhi High Court, and patent cases to make medicines accessible in India. Formerly, he was the special rapporteur on the right to health from August 2008 to July 2014. His reports to the UN Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly focused on, for example, access to medicines, TRIPS, patent and free trade agreement, and the right to health, criminalization of drug use and the right to health, and the right to sexual and reproductive health and criminalization. Mr. Grover, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to spend time talking about the different treaties, etc., which actually mandate that states comply with human rights obligations. I am going to address you only on one issue, and I think we should be taking these things seriously. We are actually in a crisis situation, and I want to highlight that crisis, comparing what happened with the HIV pandemic and with the COVID pandemic. And I think we are in a critical situation, more exacerbated by what President Trump announced yesterday, including withdrawing from the WHO, etc. So I want to highlight that to show what is the context of the meeting. And if we want to actually go forward, we cannot ignore that context. So let me just highlight that issue, but I'll be willing to answer. And I disagree with some of the points that have been made by Mr. Tubman. I would like to have a debate on those issues. So as I said, we've had two major health crises at the international level in the last few decades, the HIV pandemic and the COVID pandemic. And the responses in both cases have been very different, and they actually give us lessons. There are diverse parameters on which basis we can analyze the responses in the two pandemics. Who were the communities which were affected, the actors in the response, their respective roles, how did treatment come about, how accessible was that for those affected. When HIV hit the world in 1981, like COVID, it was also an unknown ailment, wreaking havoc to the lives of those affected, first in the US, then all over the world. It was indeed called the disease of the wretched of the earth, affecting gay men, sex workers, drug users, all stigmatized and marginalized communities. Because of that, the initial response was very negative towards the marginalized communities. Until the advent of triple combination therapy, HIV positivity meant a certain death for the individual. It was only in the mid-90s that treatment became available in the form of triple combination ART. Now, the treatment became available not because the pharmaceutical industry was interested in helping people with HIV or gay men. It was a fight which the gay men launched in the US, a valiant struggle to fight for their very survival and their community members. Their tactics was to target pharmaceutical industry, the Federal Drug Administration, as a result of which they were able to force the FDA to release experimental drugs for treatment earlier than they would have otherwise been approved in the market. From being without treatment in the early 80s, HIV became a treatable ailment in the mid 90s. Today, we are actually on the precipice of really getting rid of HIV from the world in the next decade or so. But what are the crucial elements of that success? It was indeed the work of the marginalized communities, sex workers, drug users, gay men, who got fully involved because of the advocacy of various governments. They were the frontline soldiers for the fight against the HIV pandemic. The advocacy, promotion, and actual use of condom amongst gay men, sex workers were critical in preventing transmission. Similarly, the advocacy, promotion, the use of needle syringe programs amongst injecting drug users was used to arrest the transmission of HIV. It was a rights-based approach and response involving the marginalized communities vulnerable to HIV, coupled with treatment, which was the key to overcome the spread of HIV. HIV also opened spaces for marginalized communities, especially the gay men's communities, which was the vista or the route for the LGBTQI rights later, such as decriminalization of same-sex relations and same-sex marriages. It was HIV which provided the window. Now, in that context, the role of innovator companies was not very good. If you remember, the multinational corporations actually filed a suit challenging the Medicine Controlled Substances Act in South Africa. This was responded to by the affected communities who forced the South African government to defend that legislation. In that context, also, the Indian generic companies played a crucial role. Because of the patent landscape at that time, entry of generic companies actually allowed the prices to be reduced from $10,000 US per year per patient to US dollars 500. It was because of the patent landscape that the Indian generic industry was able to supply affordable ARTs initially to the developing countries and later to the developed world. Coupled with the funding from Global Fund, US PEPFAR, UNITED, etc., medicines were available to people living with HIV all over the world. And in fact, we are proud to say in the HIV community that it's a rare person who doesn't get the combination therapy. So we can proudly say that we are going to eliminate HIV and AIDS from the world landscape in the next decade. In contrast, what happened in COVID? And that is a serious health crisis issue which we must address. COVID also was an unknown disease. But because it affected the mainstream population and in huge numbers, there was not much prejudice. But the pharma industry's response was dictated by the lure of profits that could be made. You may recall that the big pharma or the innovative pharma or the innovative companies claim that they spend 1 billion US dollars for inventing a blockbuster drug, which fetches $1 billion as a turnover in the first year of marketing. This myth has been perpetuated throughout the world. The actual figure on data on retrospective studies shows that the figure is not even 100 million, but they don't disclose the data. It is only available from retrospective studies. Now, normally they claim they spend 1 billion, but in the COVID epidemic or pandemic, the pharmaceutical industry did not spend a penny or a dollar or a cent. All the money was put up upfront by governments. They didn't spend any money. They made more profits, more and more profits, and more profits. And even innovation was not done by the big pharma. It was the small companies who had already developed mRNA technology, which was bought over by the big pharma and developed on an industrial scale. But what about the communities affected? There was absolutely no involvement of the communities affected like in HIV. That is a very key difference. What about the control systems? Unfortunately, the dictates were by big pharma, the Western government nations, who actually are the agents of big pharma and key philanthropic foundations. They were dictating the policy all over the world. And their object was not to make sure that vaccines are accessible by the people in the world at large, but how much profit you can make. There was no talk of rights of population to access vaccines. Crude nationalism prevailed, and hoarding of vaccines was done by the Western nations, the US and the Western European nations. Though it was very much possible to deliver vaccines to the vast majority of people in the developing world, the reality is that most of the people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America did not get vaccines because they were hoarded, heavily priced, and hoarded by the government. As far as the generic industry was concerned, they had very little role to play. They actually did a second fiddle, as it were, to the multinational companies. If you remember, Serum Institute of India was one of the largest distributors of vaccines before COVID. They were to actually get Oxford vaccine directly. But because of the nexus between the philanthropies, Western governments, and pharma, which I call the pharma coterie, they had to route that through AstraZeneca. And because of the Indian government's failure in the second phase in trying to tackle the pandemic, the Indian government actually directed Serum Institute to give those vaccines, which were destined for the developing world in Latin America, etc., to the Indian population. Actually, Serum Institute had to renege on their contracts, which actually meant a huge problem for them. So basically, the Indian generic industry, which played a really altruistic and a great role in the HIV pandemic, couldn't do anything in the COVID epidemic. And a lot of people at that time and are still continuing to think of a TRIPS waiver in the epidemic situations. South Africa and India were, in fact, the key movers, as it were, to try to get a TRIPS waiver. In my opinion, it was a failed start because the idea that generic industries can use vaccines using patented technology, which is owned by big pharmas, without fear of injunctions and damages, was completely misplaced. Why? The proposal was mooted by South Africa and India in the TRIPS Council. And I have to be very frank, I'm not a diplomat. I don't want to be diplomatic. I'm a lawyer. I want to talk straight. The council is dominated and controlled by governments who act at the instance of the pharma industry and Western governments as well as pharmaceutical industries. So in my opinion, it was bound to fail, and it has failed. How can you expect to go to the lion's den and ask for concessions? The lion is going to eat you up. Not surprisingly, it is on its way to failure. And now that the US is actually withdrawn from the WHO, in my opinion, the answer is very clear. The TRIPS waiver is bound to fail. It is the pattern landscape and the IP treaties which are actually the problem. I disagree with the earlier speaker that you can negotiate TRIPS with human rights. There is a fundamental contradiction. Unless we see that, we will not be able to face the reality. Now, the big pharma and the Western government agents are pushing TRIPS plus provisions. We have to resist them. But if you use even the existing TRIPS or provisions like compulsory licensing, you are facing sanctions. That's the reality. In fact, though compulsory licensing has been advocated and the Doha Declaration is a tribute to that, they have hardly ever been used. Instead, the medicines patent pool and a lot of NGOs also are actually advocating the voluntary licensing strategy. That's a short-term measure. With the use of the voluntary licensing strategy, what has happened is compulsory licensing has not been used at all. It's become a tool which has not been used. It's become rusted and it's easily discarded. I mean, I have argued two matters of compulsory licensing. We succeeded, but the governments are not interested, neither the Indian government or other governments, to take on the US and face sanctions. They are also opposed not only by big pharma, but philanthropies who are in control, if I may say so. That is the real crisis in the health all over the world. And it is going to be exacerbated by the US actions in the future. We have to go back to Doha Declaration and make use of compulsory licenses. But I feel that we are not ready for it. And therefore, I think one has to fundamentally go back into the issues of intellectual property treaties and realize that human rights actually are a contradiction to the treaties. It has to be appreciated historically, and this is not me saying it, all authors have said it, that the TRIPS agreement was forced down the throat of developing countries and the least developing countries at the instance of the US pharmaceutical industry and the entertainment industry. Unless it's overhauled, the realization of the goal to health, goal of access to medicine for all, will not be realized. International solidarity doesn't exist, as COVID epidemic has shown. Unfortunately, I have to remind you that today we are living in a world where the rights-based order is not being honored. I have to only allude, without going into, the fact that in Gaza, the International Court of Justice has actually held that Israel is violative, has violated all norms. But despite ICJ holding that, no one has paid heed. That is the crisis of the rules-based order. So I think we have to sit up, we have to think again. We can't go on pronouncing epitaphs day after day and hope things will improve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grover, of all the thought-provoking presentations. We will come back to you. Please stay on. There might be questions from the participants, and we will invite you to share your concluding thoughts in a bit. I now invite our last speaker for the first session, who is Mr. Deustedit Mubangiji. He is the Director of Health Product Policy and Standards Departments at the World Health Organization. Prior to his current assignment, he was the unit head of the pre-qualification unit within the regulation of pre-qualification department of the World Health Organization. Prior to joining WHO, he had served as the Chief Inspector of Drugs from 1996 to 2008, where he was one of the founder staff of Uganda's National Medicines Regulatory Agency, which is National Drug Authority. In 1995, he worked with consultants appointed by WHO to establish a drug registration system for Uganda, and subsequently coordinated a team that established the GMP inspection system for local and foreign manufacturing facilities marketing their products in Uganda. He headed the Inspectorate and Licensing Department of NDA Uganda from 96 to 2008, as previously mentioned. He participated in initiation of medicine regulations, harmonization in East Africa and Africa in general. Mr. Mubangiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And dear participants, I'm honored to address this meeting. Let me begin by saying that access to safe, effective, and quite assured medicines and other health products is an essential element of universal health coverage and an important component for achieving the right of every human being to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic, or any other social condition. Health products include medicines, vaccines, and medical devices, diagnostics, blood and other blood products of human origin, and assistive technology to cover prevention, diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. Access to health products in a context of universal health coverage means that all people have access to health products required for the full continuum of essential health services when and where they need them without financial hardship or any form of discrimination. This is fundamental for people to access their human rights and leads to better health outcomes and healthier populations. Nevertheless, despite the efforts by governments and other stakeholders, progress in service coverage has stagnated and people continue to be pushed further into poverty because of out-of-pocket health spending. Inequalities continue to be a fundamental challenge, and inequalities disproportionately affect persons living in poverty, conflicts, and other persons, older persons or persons with disabilities, women, children, and persons who are vulnerable and marginalized. For example, we know from the study that was published in 2019 that the world, especially low and medium income countries, spent to the tune of about $30 billion spent on substandard and falsified medicines. This cannot be considered access because this is leading them to actually death or disability. We also know that 2 billion people experience financial hardships due to out-of-pocket health spending. And as we've already heard from the opening speech, that 2.5 billion people require one or more assistive technology products. So the challenges and inequities are still alive with us, as we also heard from the previous speaker. COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the inequities to access to medicines and vaccines, not just for emergency response, but also for ensuring uninterrupted and sustainable provision of health and access to health products. We also know that although the countries that are with national regulatory authorities that are operating to maturity level 3 and above have increased from 50 in 2018 to 61 in 2024. This represents only 50% of the world population, and it means, and only 31% of the member states, meaning that the other 50% of the population and 69% of the member states have regulatory systems that are below the required standard. The challenges for improving access to safe, effective, and quality assured health products are well known and include lack of research that addresses public health needs, lack of regulatory systems and capacity in countries, lack of affordability of health products, lack of financing and reimbursement systems, and supply chain inefficiencies, just to name a few. The key challenges for translating access to health products from a human rights perspective include poorly funded public health systems, including social insurance schemes. As we have heard, 69% of the member states or 50% of the world population are not supported by regulatory systems. A lack of efficient, transparent, and participatory process in priority setting to determine which products should be procured and reimbursed. Inefficient procurement and supply chain management. A lack of national policies that promote more affordable products, such as promotion of generics or biosimilars and reduction of markups, for example. Undue influence by the private sector on policy decisions and prescriptions, provision and use behavior of which undermines the evidence-based selection process and makes inefficient use of limited resources, especially for health products that are not cost-effective or have only marginal benefits over existing alternatives. So what has WHO done and what is it continuing to do? WHO develops and continue to develop and maintain the essential medicines list and essential in vitro diagnostic list to support countries with evidence-based selection and use. In addition, WHO produces model priority lists for medical devices and priority lists of assistive technology, again, to assist member states in their selection process. WHO supports countries to develop national essential and priority lists and to strengthen health benefit package design processes in line with their local context. WHO develops and maintains the international pharmacopoeia norms and standards for pharmaceutical and biological products to promote quick entry of safe, effective, and quality assured generic and biosimilar medicines into the supply chain, promoting competition that can reduce the price of medicines. WHO provides technical assistance to countries to strengthen their procurement and supply chain management and other systems and processes required for access. WHO assigns globally recognized international non-proprietary names to medicines which supports the prescription and use of generic and biosimilar brands, promoting competition and lowering prices for medicines. WHO also advocates for pricing transparency and also supports countries to develop pricing policies. WHO launched the Market Information for Access Initiative, a global public good and peer platform to contribute to address vaccine market information gaps on vaccine supply, demand, and access, to identify access barriers and opportunities, and ultimately improve equitable access to vaccines. WHO also supports countries to strengthen social participation in health governance and in developing guidance on the human rights-based access to health. Of course, also WHO, as we've heard, also is promoting geographically diversified, sustainable local production to ensure that there is resilient supply mechanism and equitable access of medicines and health products across the globe. To improve translation of access to health products in the context of human rights at the national level, countries are urged and should use evidence-based, transparent, and participatory process to determine which health products should be included in their national essential lists, reimbursement lists, and benefit packages according to their local context. Countries should maximize health spending on health products by developing and implementing pricing policies and employing practices for cost-effective purchasing. As we heard also from one of the participants of the panel members, especially about pool procurement. Countries should increase domestic investments in immunization, one of the most cost-effective public health interventions for prevention and preparedness. Health and care workers should be supported and equipped to follow clinical guidelines to ensure rational and appropriate use of medicines and other healthcare products. And stakeholders are encouraged to mitigate undue influence from the private sector by managing conflict of interest in decision-making processes. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the first mention of the concept of essential medicines by the World Health Assembly. Essential medicines are those that effectively and safely treat priority healthcare needs of the population. They are selected by taking into consideration public health relevance, evidence of benefits and harm, and with consideration of costs, affordability, and other relevant factors. This year also marks the 25th anniversary of the General Comment 14 on the rights to health issued by the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This authoritative interpretation included access to essential medicines as a core obligation of states. The essential medicines concept is well recognized as a major transformation in public health concept that revolutionized how governments can promote the availability, accessibility, affordability, quality, and rational use of medicines through national essential medicine programs. The concept has evolved over time and is now relevant for other health products. These anniversaries, the two I've referred to for the essential medicine list and the anniversary of General Comment 14, are an opportunity to reaffirm and renew political commitment to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including enhancing efforts to ensure access to safe, effective, and quality assured essential medicines and other health products under the human rights approach. So we all need all efforts together to ensure that everybody is not left behind. And we do promote the concept of universal health coverage. Let me say that health systems through which health is provided rely on availability strongly on quality assured health products. But we know that a substantial percentage of the health spending goes to health products. So it's an important factor that we should discuss and appreciate. But we also know that availability of health products in the health system brings trust to the health system, and by so doing also increases utilization of the health system. Therefore, when we discuss availability of health products, it's not only a benefit on availability of health products, but increasing trust in the health system and usability of the health system that can also promote health in general. So in order to promote health as a right, let's embrace universal health coverage and universal access of health medicines and other health products. Thank you, sir, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mumangiji, for your intervention, which highlights a number of areas around the inequality, access, supply chain, and the highlight of the need for a universal health coverage. I would like to thank all our distinguished panelists for their presentations this morning. As I mentioned previously, we would return to them after the interactive dialogue for their response and concluding remarks in approximately 1 hour's time from now. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now turn to the speakers list for an interactive dialogue and interventions from the floor for approximately 45 minutes. We'd like to remind that all intervention from the floor will be limited to 2 minutes. I also like to encourage you to intervene in an interactive way through comments and questions, taking into account and reflecting on what our distinguished panelists have said during their presentation. Also a reminder that it is expected that participants in the dialogue with the panelists ask questions or make comments in relation to the presentations or remark. I appeal to the speakers to frame his or her remarks in the context of the discussion with the panelists. With that note, I would like to invite the distinguished representative of Ethiopia for intervention. Ethiopia, you have the floor. We will wait for Ethiopia because we don't see them online. Now, I'd like to invite the distinguished representative of India for your intervention. Distinguished representative of India, you have the floor. While we wait for the distinguished representative of India, in the interest of time, I'd like to invite now the distinguished representative of Bangladesh. Distinguished representative of Bangladesh, you have the floor. I also don't see the distinguished representative from Bangladesh. While I continue to call the distinguished representative from states, the next one is the distinguished representative of Barbados. Distinguished representative of Barbados, you have the floor. While we wait for the distinguished representative of Barbados, I'd like to now invite the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. Distinguished representative of Luxembourg, you have the floor. Can you set up? Yeah. I will continue to move on because we don't see the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. Now I'd like to invite the distinguished representative of Malaysia. Distinguished representative of Malaysia, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would like to take the floor to highlight Malaysia's achievement, particularly in research and development and access to medicines. Malaysia was involved in international organizations in global health areas, particularly on research that can enable access to medicines. We are the founding members of the NDI, an international not-for-profit research and development organization established in 2003. Malaysia, along with a few other countries, co-developed a drug, Ravidasv. It's the first chronic hepatitis C virus drug through South-South collaboration and with support from non-profit organization through the running of clinical trials in Malaysia. And we were also involved in the decision-making process. And with the achievement of the development of the drug in 2023, Malaysia submitted a dossier of Ravidasv to be listed on the World Health Organization's essential medicines list. And the listing marks a significant steps towards better global accessibility and affordability of life-changing medications for those in need and to achieve WHO goals to eliminate hepatitis C virus as a public health threat by 2030. This shows how alternative pharmaceutical innovation models, South-South collaborative approach, is a way that can help in terms of access to medicines. We continue to do so, and we also joined a global dengue partnership led by dengue endemic countries such as Thailand, Brazil, and India, also through a South-South collaboration to conduct preclinical studies and clinical trials aimed at delivering an affordable and accessible dengue treatment within 5 years. So these are some of the initiatives that countries are doing, and we would like to highlight this to show how countries can also play a part in research and development of drug, and by true South-South collaboration, through partnership. And these are areas that would need public investment and more political will for countries to enable more access to medicines in areas of unmet need. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished representative from Malaysia. I would like now to invite the distinguished representative of Comoros. Distinguished representative of Comoros, you have the floor. While we wait for the distinguished representative of Comoros, in the interest of interest of time, I'd like to move on and now would like to invite the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. The distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear panelists, dear colleagues, the topic of today's discussion is of highest importance, and I would like to touch upon a couple of issues which could be relevant to the discussion today. Resolution 50/13 of the Human Rights Council was adopted in the midst of the fight against the pandemic of the new coronavirus infection, the end of which was declared by the Director General of the World Health Organization in May 2023. In accordance with the decision of the second special session of the World Health Assembly in 2021, February 2022 saw the launch of the work of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body to draft and negotiate a WHO Convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Significant progress has been made in the negotiations on the text of the International Anti-Pandemic Agreement, which includes in detail most of the issues raised in the resolution 50/13, namely access to vaccines, technology transfer, training of medical specialists, scientific cooperation and development. At the initiative of Russia, provisions on improving the WHO pre-qualification procedure were included in the text. It shall serve as an important international tool to simplify access of interested countries and international organizations to vaccines, medicines, and test systems, as well as their non-discriminatory admission to the global market. Within the framework of the negotiations on the agreement, the Russian Federation supported the creation of a platform for equal access to infectious diseases control on the basis of WHO in order to ensure sustainable supply and free movement of medicines, medical products, equipment, and personal protective equipment. The modalities of this system have yet to be worked out, and we advocate for its openness and non-discriminatory nature. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative from the Russian Federation. As I move on, if the distinguished representatives from Ethiopia, India, Bangladesh, Barbados, Luxembourg, and Comoros would like to take the floor, please indicate to our colleagues, and we will invite you to take the floor. With that announcement, I'd like to move on and now invite the World Health Organization, the distinguished delegates from the World Health Organization, Ms. Adi Al-Nusrat. Distinguished delegations from the World Health Organization, you have the floor. As we see no reaction, we'll move on. I'd like now to invite the distinguished representative of the Joint United Nations Program on HIV and AIDS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for providing the opportunity to take the floor. UNAIDS have submitted a written contribution to the report, but I would like to highlight some points, especially reacting to some of the comments and interventions made by the panelists. We heard from in the opening remarks, and you heard this very strongly by Anand Grover, the importance that the AIDS movement, the HIV movement had in shifting the way access to medicines is delivered in the developing world, thanks to what Hanan said in relation to activism from the most affected populations, but also for innovative ways of managing intellectual property rights, which led to competition, generic competition, putting prices down. Nevertheless, we still have an issue with newer technologies and the ability of low-middle-income countries to pay for innovative products, despite the policy options that are available. In relation to the HIV response specifically, the gaps are still large. 39 million, almost 40 million people live in HIV. Among them, 9.3 million are not getting access to essential medicines for HIV treatment. And only 57% of children living with HIV are receiving treatment. So it's a huge gap. Newer products for HIV prevention hold the promise to truly change the game, but only if low middle-income countries and upper middle-income countries can afford to buy them for their people. We have been heard it, and Viviana mentioned the issue of lenacapavir, which is a long-acting product that has a promise to be a game changer in relation to prevention, the way we do prevention. But once again, price is an issue, and also the lack of transparency of companies that are developing those products are creating some uncertainty in terms of in the market for countries, low middle income countries, to roll out prevention programs using those products. We have seen voluntary license agreement efforts that played an important role, but once again, these two, and I think that Anna Grover made an important comment in this regard, those two has a strong limitations, especially in terms of geographic scope. And in the case of the lenacapavir, the drug they're talking about, we have seen that most countries where HIV incidences are higher, they were excluded from the voluntary license agreement scope. And other TRIPS flexibilities can be or may prove more difficult to be used because we are talking about really new products. But on the other hand, the pressure from developed countries and from pharmaceutical companies, I think that Viviana mentioned an issue in relation to dolutegravir, is making countries more able to use TRIPS flexibilities, including compulsory licensing. The UNAIDS strategy, the current UNAIDS strategy, understand that health technologies are public goods, are global public goods, and in relation for accomplishing that, UNAIDS calls the strategy calls for enhancing the affordability of HIV-related products. I'm not talking about only RVs, but are talking products to address comorbidities and co-infections through the use of TRIPS flexibilities, voluntary license, and technology transferring mechanisms. Also, improving the transparency of markets for HIV-related health technologies, and the representative of WHO made a good intervention in this regard, the importance of transparency, and supporting efforts to overcome regulatory barriers, including for strengthening regulatory and pharmaceutical production local capacities. I think that Viviana mentioned this. In conclusion, expanded equitable access to affordable and quality assured health technologies requires a more balanced approach to research and development of health products that ensures continued investment in innovation, the linking the remuneration of innovators from the final price of the products. In the current system, the newest medicines are often not accessible and affordable to nations in the global south, or at least not for years after they are available in the north. It perpetuates inequalities, and it's important for the global community to review the way we reward innovation in the research and development cycle. Over.
Thank you, the distinguished representative from the Joint United Nations Program on HIV and AIDS. I'll continue to move on and invite the distinguished representative of Council of Europe, Lee Hibbard, to take the floor, please. We don't see Ms. Lee Hibbard online. Moving on, I would like now to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Council of Europe, CD Bio, Thomas Dolejar. Mr. Thomas Dolejar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the floor. I would like to take the floor instead of Mr. Lee Hibbard as well, and because he is a member of the same committee as I am. First of all, I would like to thank to all speakers for interesting and very valuable presentation, and further speakers for their comments. As I already announced, I'm more or less the member of Steering Committee for Human Rights in the field of biomedicine and health, CD Bio of Council of Europe. And as a member of this international body, I would like to draw your attention to our work in this field, which is very similar and which currently works or pays attention to equitable access to medicine, vaccines, and other health products. According to Article 3 of Oviedo Convention, so the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Dignity of the Human Being with regard to application of biology, the states of the Council of Europe shall take appropriate measure to provide equitable access to healthcare of appropriate quality. Therefore, and following this article of the Convention, we published in this committee, and it was adopted by the Council of Europe. First of all, the statement on COVID-19 and vaccines, ensuring the equitable access. It was this statement was published in 2021. Then we developed other guidelines, the guidelines on equitable access to treatments and equipment in the context of scarcity. And those guidelines were included in the recommendation. So it means it's a binding document in the recommendation on equitable access to medical products and medical equipment in the situation of shortage. This recommendation was adopted in 2023. And now our committee is working on the white paper on equitable and timely access to appropriate innovative treatment and technologies, which will be published in the summer of this year. And we would be very thankful, and we would be happy if the members or if the participants of this workshop could input some or comment our work and give us some valuable input for our future work. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished representative from the Council of Europe. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Multan Medical Center and Maternity Home, Mohammed Yaqub. You have the floor. While we wait for Mohammed Yaqub from the Multan Medical Center and Maternity Home, I would like now to invite Budan Al-Kassoum from Femmes et Infantes as the Terres Feed. We don't see them online. Now we'd like to invite the distinguished representative from Ain Sweta Kendro Ashok Foundation, Mohammad Saadat Hossain Sawan. Mr. Mohammad Saadat Hossain, you have the floor. We don't see any reaction from the distinguished representative from Ain Swata Kendro Ashok Foundation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of University for Development Studies, Joyce Kirewa. We don't see the distinguished representative from the University for Development Studies, so we'll move on. And now I would like to invite the distinguished representative of International Human Rights Council, Dr. Hasim Bausaid. Dr. Hasim Bausaid, you have the floor. Dr. Hasim, we cannot hear you. Can you try again, please? While we wait for Dr. Hasim to join, I would like now to invite the distinguished representative from Tamayuk Foundation, Solomon Asukim. Mr. Solomon Asukim, you have the floor. We don't see Mr. Solomon Asukim online. We'll move on, and now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Kofi Privat from Communate Sant Igidido. Communate Sant Igidio. Mr. Kofi Privat, you have the floor. We don't see Mr. Kofi Privat online, so we'll move on. And now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of PEAT 24, Sanawaz Azaz Khan. You have the floor. The distinguished representative of PEAT 24, please unmute yourself and speak. Looks like there is some technical glitch with the representative from PEAT 24. Would like to move on, and now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Umpire Humanitarians, Nawal Arona. You have the floor. We don't see the distinguished representative from Umpire Humanitarians. Now I'd like to invite the distinguished representative of Association of Gabonese Students and Trainees in the Russian Federation, Mr. Kenneth Steven. We don't see Mr. Kenneth Stevens online. Moving on, I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kathmandu University, Mr. Amrit Dakal. Mr. Amrit Dakal, you have the floor. We didn't hear from Mr. Amrit Dakal from the Kathmandu University. We'll now move on to the distinguished representative of the Third World Network, Ms. Pratibha. Ms. Pratibha, you have the floor. We move on, and now I would like to invite the distinguished representative from League Camerounais des Hommes, Jeremy Geoffrey. Is there anyone online? Yes. Okay, we didn't see any reaction from Mr. Jeremy Geoffrey. Would like to invite now the distinguished representative from Center for Media and Information Literacy, Sri Lanka, Ms. Nirasa. We'll move on, and now would like to invite the distinguished representative from the Third World Network, C. Rao. Distinguished representative, you have the floor. We would like to move on and now invite the distinguished representative from the International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care, Inc., Ms. Catherine Petrus.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Catherine Petrus, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. I thank all of the panelists for their excellent presentations. Internationally controlled essential medicines are pharmaceutical products included in both the schedules of the 3 international drug control conventions and in the WHO list of essential medicines. In well-resourced health systems, they're routinely used in clinical disciplines such as surgery, palliative care, psychiatry, obstetrics, and treatment of substance use disorders. However, they're unavailable in more than 85% of the world to people who need them for these purposes. And that's why the IAHPC, our global organization with members in more than 139 countries, advocates with and educates other non-state actors, international organizations, and national governments when invited to improve affordable availability of controlled medicines as a way to create the solution pathways this meeting's addressing to address the key challenges being discussed in this meeting. We are working with the University of Edinburgh on an expanded package of essential palliative care medicines adaptable for countries of all income levels based on the Lancet Essential Package. We advocate for pooled procurement of controlled medicines, multi-stakeholder convenings to monitor supply chains, and implementation of the multilateral normative framework at the national level. As Michelle Bachelet, former High Commissioner, noted in 2022, ensuring appropriate access to essential controlled medicines is vital to the realization of the right to health And according to, as I said earlier, last year's World Drug Report, over 80% of the world's population, mostly from low and middle income countries where need is really acute, still lack access to controlled drugs for drug dependence, pain relief, palliative care, and other treatments. Unimpeded access to controlled medications in emergencies and conflicts globally is also crucial. Given the scale and extent of health-related suffering associated with lack of availability of internationally controlled essential medicines, the failure of governments in many countries to ensure the adequate availability of pain treatment services not only raises questions of whether these countries live up to the obligation under the right to health, but also of state obligations to ensure freedom from torture, cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment. As far back as 2009, the former UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, Professor Manfred Nowak, noted that the de facto denial of access to pain relief, if it causes severe pain and suffering, constitutes cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. And in 2013, the Special Rapporteur on Torture, Professor Juan E. Mendez, reaffirmed this in his landmark report on torture and ill treatment in health settings. Mr. Grover's 2010 report on drug policy also referenced this issue, saying, recognizing the need for opioid analgesics in relieving pain, WHO has characterized them as essential medicines. It is therefore incumbent on the state to facilitate physical and economic access to such essential medicines. The Human Rights Council pays good attention, as you are today, to access to medicines, but neglects to specifically mention internationally controlled essential medicines, which are governed under international drug law, which creates new tensions around availability that have not been mentioned this morning. So the IHPC recommends the following. We respectfully remind states parties of all the treaties that they have this obligation, pacta sunt servanda, the preeminent principle of international law, and encourage parties to both the drug control and human rights conventions to honor their role as duty bearers under all applicable international laws by implementing the recommendations they adopted in the 2016 UNGAS outcome document, specifically Chapter 2 on controlled medicines, including the forthcoming essential and expanded packages of palliative care medicines and services into their UHC packages, adequately funding the International Narcotics Control Board learning program to train competent national authorities in the estimates and reporting process under the drug laws, investing in primary palliative care, mental health, and harm reduction workforces for UHC, and finally, providing political support and funding for supply chain system convenings at the national and subnational levels of all affected actors, including national competent authorities, manufacturers, prescribers, academia, and narcotics control agents. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative from the International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care. Moving on, I would like now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Role Model Maker International, Mr. Oli Lankerani. You have the floor. Moving on, I would like now to invite the distinguished representative of Knowledge Ecology International, KEI, T. Balasubramaniam.
Thank you so much. In the negotiation, can you hear me? Yeah. In the negotiations pursuant to Human Rights Council Resolution 5013, which I believe is the resolution that established this panel, in the final paragraph in the preamble of the Rev 1 text, there was a reference to international solidarity, where it said that in stressing that universal realization of the human right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health should be guided by a strong spirit of international solidarity. And as we wrote 3 years ago, 2 member states, including a regional bloc, objected to this reference of strong spirit of international solidarity. And, one member state noted that international solidarity is not a concept of international human rights law, while stressing there is no obligation of states to exercise international solidarity. And I was wondering if some of the experts on this panel, Dr. Perhudov, Dr. Munoz, or Mr. Anand Grover could possibly comment. And I would agree with the reference, I believe it was made by the distinguished delegate from UNAIDS, to delinkage, as noted in paragraph 5 of this resolution. It calls upon states to continue to collaborate as appropriate on models and approaches that support the delinkage of the cost of new research and development from the prices of medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. And just in conclusion, I would say that with respect to achieving universal health coverage, access to treatments will always be constrained and unequal unless member states implement reforms that delink the incentives to invest in research and development of new products from the grant of temporary monopolies to make and sell products and services. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, the distinguished representative from KEI. We'll move on and now invite the distinguished representative from the Third World Network, G. Kapuri Madhavan. We don't see the distinguished representative from the Third World Network online. We seem to have come to the end of the intervention from the floor. We're just double checking if any hands have been raised on the screen. So I confirm that no more hands raised, so we'll move on. We have a little more time than we have expected. There have been a number of interventions, comments, and questions from the distinguished delegates representing states and other stakeholders, and also some questions, including by the last intervention. We'll now invite the panelists to respond to Can we give back the floor to the I apologize, there's a hand that we didn't see. Now the Russian representative, distinguished representative from the Russian Federation wants to take the floor. You have the floor, distinguished representative.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I really apologize for taking the floor again. Frankly speaking, I have a question which just came to my mind with regards to today's discussion. A lot has been said about the challenges for the access to medicine, and from my perspective, from our perspective, one challenge is missing. We think that UCMs, which are unilateral coercive measures, which are imposed by developed countries for the purpose of reaching their political and economic goals, they have negative impact on the access to medicine, to vaccines, to medicine technologies. And while we're discussing all the challenges for the access, people are dying, children are dying in the targeted countries due to the lack of access. And the lack of access in these countries, which are targeted by UCMs, is due to these UCMs. The UCMs in their nature are completely illegal from the international law, and they're immoral, and they are aimed in principle at not providing access, including to medical technologies and medicines and vaccines for the targeted populations. And in this regard, if that's possible and appropriate for the panelists, we would like to hear some comments on this. I do thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative from the Russian Federation. In addition to the questions that the participants from the floors have raised, I would like to pose two questions. One is very generic and would welcome any of the panelists to intervene or all of you. The other one is more directed to Katerina and Mr. Grover. The first question from my side is, as we talk about pandemic preparedness and current or future outbreaks, and the One Health approach, which recognizes the importance of a healthy environment, what concrete measures do you recommend states to take to implement a One Health approach? As I said, this is a question for everyone. The next one is more specific, and I would like to direct to Mr. Grover and Ms. Katarina on strategic litigation and justiciability of the right to health. Could you highlight why this is important? What are the risks and opportunities? How do you think our office could support states in ratifying the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights? As we stand, only 31 states have ratified the optional protocol. With these questions, I'd like to invite the panelists for their response and concluding remarks together. Each of you will have approximately 4 to 5 minutes to respond to your questions and present your concluding remarks. I'd like to invite the panelists from the reverse order, if that is okay. And the first one on my list is Mr. Mubangiji. You have the floor for responding to questions and also for your concluding remarks. We have been informed that Mr. Mubangiji is not online. We'll now move to Mr. Grover. Mr. Grover, you have the floor.
Speaker is muted.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Chair. As I understand, the question are twofold. One is about strategic health litigation, and secondly, the optional protocol. The third question was about environment, but I didn't understand the third question. So if you can repeat it for me after I finish these two, I'll be grateful. As far as strategic health litigation is concerned, it's actually espoused by a large number of civil society actors all around the world. In India, it's a flourishing area of litigation. It actually allows persons who are affected to be able to approach the courts and direct the state to adopt measures which are in line with the right to health, if it exists as a right, or if the state has ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and Article 12 thereof, then that can be adopted. Even though the countries may not have explicitly provided for the right to health, if they have signed on to the treaty and ratified it, then litigation can be undertaken. And actually, it helps because states don't want to promote all these strategies because it actually is a huge burden on them. Because it becomes an obligation under international law or national law, it helps civil society and society generally to mold reliefs which are actually conducive to the right to health. That's one. Second thing is about the optional protocol. I wish more and more countries, including India, would ratify the optional protocol. But unfortunately, most countries are quite jealous, and they are very possessive about their administration in the judiciary deciding their issues. I don't know why that is, but a lot of states don't want their actions to be checked by international tribunals. In fact, the international tribunals have played a very important role, including not only the economic, social, and cultural rights, but also the civil and political rights. Very famous judgments have actually come from those tribunals, and they have been followed by states internationally. I think there's a need. There's a need for a body like yours to popularize the idea of ratifying the optional protocols through various mechanisms. One is to actually have discussions with the judiciary, because it's the judiciary which can persuade the states, as also the states themselves, the legal departments, to take upon themselves to ratify the optional protocol. They feel that they'll be unnecessarily scrutinized by an international body, and if they don't abide by the law which is established internationally, they'll be put to shame. That can happen even at a national level. But I think there's a need to educate states and the states' judiciaries about these issues. The third question I don't understand, sorry, Chair, if you can tell me about the environment. That was your first question. So if you can tell me.
Sure, I'll repeat.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Grover. As we talk about pandemic preparedness, and just to recall that there is a pandemic preparedness treaty coming into play, looking at the current and future pandemics, how do we place the concept of one health approach, which also recognizes the right to healthy environment, and it's important.
Yes.
What concrete measures do you recommend for states to take to implement this approach?
Well, I think this is a very, very, very important issue. And not only at the national level, but at the international level, we have been actually working in silos. The persons working on health will only work on health. People working on environment, they work on the environment. But as we know, as everybody knows, all these issues are related, from the Mother Earth to the environment, to animals, to human beings. There's an interrelationship. And I may add the recent developments in the knowledge on the microbiome, the virus and bacteria that we have around us, in us, actually plays a very important role in our health. So a fuller understanding of these are now coming to fruition. I think it's very important. Largely, I think it's very important for people working on health to understand that industrial development as it is taking place today, where industry is pushing through whatever they want to do in terms of development of infrastructure, pulling down forests, rivers, etc., just for making money, is not going to work. We have seen calamities all over the world, including fires in Los Angeles, the climate change, the the hotter the earth that is becoming. I think this is a very clear indication of us trying to understand and need to understand that we have to now slow down and make sure that any development, industrial or otherwise, is not for pursuit of profit, but it is a balanced development which makes sure that there's a balance between the environment and health and development. And this is a long debate, but I think there's a need for us to actually go that way. And there's a lot of new work that has come in the last decade which can help us. Unfortunately, governments being pushed by electorates because of various reasons, they want to pursue development. The Honorable President of the United States has announced withdrawal from the climate this thing. Not only that, actually pursuing energy resources which are actually carbon emitting, which is actually going to make a wreak havoc. So, and there's a pressure for that because of lack of development in the developing countries. So we need to rethink our own strategies overall and advise governments that this is not the right way of going about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grover. We'd like now to invite Mr. Tauban for your response as well as concluding remarks. You have the floor, Mr. Tauban.
Thank you very much. There's such a rich vein of material and diverse observations to respond to. I can't do it justice, but I would like to offer some broad reflections. I think the key overarching question is one of governance in the broadest sense of consultation, inclusion, and as a strategic forward-looking approach. This is a challenge for policymakers in Geneva, where there is that tendency that Dr. Grover has referred to of working in silos and operating with quite narrow bandwidth. And this is also, we see this at the domestic level, where there's an assumption of sort of winners and losers in policy-making processes, fundamental trade-offs between, for example, economic prosperity and public health or environmental protection. As I mentioned before, I really see these as false dichotomies. We seem to be naturally hardwired to work in a zero-sum framework, but I think it's not a blueprint for the future. And I think it is incumbent on policymakers at the domestic level to put their immediate policy objectives in the broader framework. This can be difficult to do, but ultimately, I'd argue that it ends up being both good policy and politics. So we saw this at the height of the pandemic, where there was maybe a natural political instinct to take the short-term view and to focus on domestic interests, to forward vaccines, to look after domestic interests as a priority. But what we saw even in the world of trade policy was an understanding in a short space of time that it was actually counterproductive. And we saw a shift towards a more open, greater openness in the international trading system when it relates to medicines, pharmaceuticals. And I would hope that muscle memory, you like, from the hard lessons of the pandemic can sustain us, even while political instincts are narrowing and focusing, and we hear more and more zero-sum language. It is, I would argue, not merely an ethical responsibility, but a pragmatic, practical one to move beyond that framework. And we do have very good examples of how inclusive, consultative, strategic, forward-looking domestic policy making delivers in a sustained way on that most fundamental responsibility of all governments to look after the health or to support the health of their populations. So while that might sound rather abstract and vague, I'm suggesting it as an essential model or a blueprint for effective and pragmatic governance, even in today's challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taban. We'll move on to the next panelist. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Munoz Teles for, of course, to respond to the questions that have been raised, including mine, and also for your concluding remarks. You have the floor, Dr. Teles.
Yes, thanks again. And I think a number of additional insights from all those that have spoken prior. On the issue with regards to One Health, which you raised, Chair, I think there's been a lot of progress in discussing this from a scientific approach, or in academia, it's quite well accepted. But so far, I think the question on implementation is still outstanding. So there should be more cross-sectoral collaboration between human health, animal health, environment, for example, in the health area. And this is very clear, for example, in the case of addressing antimicrobial resistance. But I think one element that really needs to also be considered beyond those aspects is how do we look also at the social, economic, and political determinants of One Health itself. So those factors that create the kind of structural conditions and the social drivers that exacerbate health inequalities. So to understand, for example, why some trade-offs between promoting the health of animals, for example, and the health of environment and humans, how is this being addressed when there are those tensions and, for example, inequities in the power relations between different industry players towards advancing different health outcomes. So it is a complex challenge, but I think we have to go further, deeper to the understanding of what One Health means and how do we get a clear understanding of how do we address some of the complexities within applying the One Health approach. On the question of unilateral coercive measures, we fully agree these are illegal, as has been declared both by the UN General Assembly as well in different other frameworks. And unilateral sanctions have direct and indirect impact on the right to health and on health-related rights. And South Center has a number of submissions and publications in this area. With regards to advancing access to medicines, it is an issue in regular times, more so in humanitarian settings where we see that it restricts humanitarian aid. And in the case of pandemics, it is also a problem, as we saw in many settings, including during COVID-19. So the negative impacts are clear, and there's been an effort as well, and we would encourage more member states to collaborate to have in the pandemic instrument as well a reflection that these unilateral coercive measures should have absolutely no place in pandemics, and in particular that there can be carve-outs for any unilateral sanctions towards allowing aid in humanitarian settings, in particular in the case of pandemics. Now, there's with regards to the question of international solidarity, which is a very important one. I think it's a clear principle, international solidarity, in international law. And I think the efforts towards clarifying the relationship in human rights has been advanced with the revised draft declaration on human rights and international solidarity, where the draft states that international solidarity is a fundamental principle and broad principle of international law and conducive to enable the full realization of human rights. There's also important work that's been done by independent experts on international solidarity and human rights. And so there is significant guidance that can help member states in this negotiation on the pandemic instrument. But more broadly, it would be a positive development to advance on this draft declaration on human rights and international solidarity. In particular, as we are in a current geopolitical context where we see, more let's say closing up the strong national stance of some countries, which might hinder international solidarity, then we should take measures to advance this broad understanding of the importance of the principle of international solidarity to realize human rights and access to medicines. And in particular for public health, of course, there are solutions that required coordinated response. That is not possible through only single state solutions, and therefore international solidarity needs to be as a principle as part of that global health response. There are many gaps in international solidarity that many have highlighted already during the pandemic, so that's another reason why we need to strengthen the principle of international solidarity moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Teles, for your response and concluding remarks. I'll now invite Dr. Katerina Perehudov to address the questions that have been raised and also for your concluding remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this rich discussion. I'll first address the question about pandemic preparedness in One Health. Critical, I think this field is is critical for access to medicines and our engagement in the broader One Health framework. I see a key component in this direction is addressing the environmental and health impacts of pharmaceutical production and distribution activities, because among the other consequences that these activities have, they've been linked to the rise of antimicrobial resistance, which is a silent pandemic plaguing our food and our health systems. Now, there's been an interesting proposal in the EU's reforms of its pharmaceutical law, where regulators can refuse to grant a market approval to a medicine if the manufacturer has proposed a weak or insufficient environmental risk assessment and mitigation measures for the entire supply chain of its product. And this is a promising development because it finally gives teeth to the ecological protection in the context of pharmaceutical pollution. But such a measure, if it was adopted, would also raise important human rights tensions, particularly by positioning an individual's right to access a needed new medicine against a communal right to a healthy environment. And resolving this tension relies primarily on industry action, as do many other tensions that we encounter in pharmaceutical policy. So I think, excuse me, bright minds should reflect on this field and find practical ways forward for a coherent human rights approach to pharmaceutical pollution. Then I'll move to the question about strategic litigation. I see its importance and its opportunities as being diverse and varied. Strategic litigation allows individuals and groups to challenge certain outdated legal norms or give shape to open legal concepts in light of changing societal values and expectations about access to medicines. As we know from the height of the HIV/AIDS global epidemic, strategic litigation is an important tool for human rights practitioners. There are, of course, some risks that we've seen over the last 2 decades. One of those is the potential for undue influence by pharmaceutical manufacturers to support requests by certain patient groups for perhaps medicines of low benefit or with low evidence base or more experimental products. And if granted, these sort of requests, especially if they're for expensive products, would draw limited health budgets away from other more essential, established, or otherwise effective products for other patients. Another risk that we've seen is that the judiciary traditionally focuses on evaluating rights claims of an individual or a group before them in their courtroom. And a right to access medicines, of course, is a social right. It requires balancing limited health budgets with broader societal needs for other types of medicines. So some states have mitigated this challenge by educating judiciaries and claimants about public medicines prioritization, about the criteria used, how evidence is evaluated, and ultimately how a conclusion is reached to cover a medicine or not. And this has been successful in some contexts. It also emphasizes the importance of transparency and communicating to the public coverage decisions. There was another question about raising the awareness of accountability mechanisms under the optional protocol to the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. I think this is a really interesting potential. There are active civil society groups in the field of access to medicines, in particular located in states that have ratified the optional protocol. And those civil society groups are leveraging legal tools in other ways. So it's conceivable that using the optional protocol to advance access to medicines could fall within their remit, would be something they're interested in. However, my own estimation is that there's some expert knowledge required to pursue a complaint under the UN human rights system. And what would be required to use the optional protocol is perhaps outside the remit of many civil society groups' work. So the office could support their work through awareness raising activities, the provision of toolboxes or stepwise plans to help civil society groups engage with these human rights tools at their disposal. Now I wanted to turn to the critique of international solidarity that was raised by 2 member states. And in addition to what Viviana has so eloquently shared about the definition of international solidarity, I wanted to point out that international solidarity is intrinsically linked to the concept of international cooperation. And that concept, the latter concept, is found in the UN Charter and the legally binding international health regulations. The UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has also clarified the scope of international cooperation through its statements, general comments, and its observations. And this concept includes a duty to respect, protect, and fulfill. And just briefly to explain these 3 duties, the duty to respect requires states to refrain from interfering with efforts that advance covenant rights, especially for those in need. The duty to protect human health in a state's cooperation with foreign countries requires, for example, that they take account of the intended and unintended health impacts that can result from negotiating and implementing international agreements. And this duty also compels states to prevent harm by private actors under their own jurisdiction, even when those companies are operating abroad. And finally, the duty to fulfill is all about action, such as providing technical and economic assistance to foreign countries. So technology transfer across borders is an important example of this duty to fulfill. All of this points to that international cooperation is widely referenced and defined under international law. And so for coherence, this concept should at a minimum guide the common understanding of international solidarity. And then I'd like to underscore that the founding legal documents of some international and regional organizations do embrace the concept of solidarity. For example, Article 21.1 of the Treaty of the European Union states that the Union's international action shall be guided by a number of principles, including explicitly solidarity, because these are principles that have inspired the Union's own creation, development, and enlargement, and these are principles that the Union seeks to advance in the wider world. And with that, I'd like to come to some concluding reflections based on our conversation this morning. I feel that we already have the legal principles in international human rights law to ensure equitable access to medicines. The TRIPS agreement too aims to promote innovation and technology sharing in ways that support economic and social welfare. That is what is stated in its objective, and it's incumbent on states to bring that objective in line with its actions. So what we need now is action. States must regulate the private sector to ensure it operates in line with its human rights responsibilities. One area we discussed today is that relying solely on voluntary licenses from companies is not sustainable. Instead, binding rules that prioritize public health over industrial interests are essential. For example, states can condition public funding on requirements like transparent pricing, guaranteed technology transfer, supply, or affordability of end products. Encouragingly, some nations are leveraging their market power and regulatory authority to reshape pharmaceutical markets and even foster cross-national solidarity. For example, some states have legal requirements for price transparency. Other state authorities proactively publish the underlying data and decisions taken to license or reimburse medical products. And the European Union is exploring a requirement for antimicrobial suppliers in the EU suppliers to the EU market to adopt a global access plan that would benefit non-EU countries. Still, decisive state action is needed in a range of areas that we've brought up today, including, for example, states deciding not to enter into confidential purchase agreements with pharmaceutical companies. The path forward to me is clear. States should implement bold, public health first pharmaceutical policies to make the right to health and science a reality for all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion.
Thank you, Katerina, for responding to the questions and also providing a concluding remark. We see that Mr. Mubangiji is now online, and would like to request him to share some concluding remarks. Given the time limit, we'd like to request him to complete his concluding remarks in 1 minute. Mr. Mubangiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies that I had to leave to attend to an urgent matter here. But just to conclude, to say that access to medicines and other health products is an essential component of universal health coverage, which is also a part of the Sustainable Development Goals that we and the world have committed ourselves to. And we all should work towards that and make sure it becomes a reality. And to achieve that, there are a number of tools, some of which have been outlined by my fellow panelists on how to achieve that from that toolkit. And in addition to what I highlighted earlier, in terms of area that we are doing in terms of ensure appropriate regulatory oversight so that we only access quality assured health products and we do no harm. Interventions to ensure affordability, proper pricing, and appropriate financing of health products, of access to health products, including but not limited through social or universal health coverage and insurance. Appropriate prioritization through scientific-based and proper context selection, procurement, and implementing such interventions like generic and biosimilar substitutions that may actually increase affordability without compromising quality and safety. The whole issue of geographically diversified health product manufacturing is an important element in the toolkit, because we saw that over-concentrated in certain areas may be a global health security if those areas are affected, as we saw in COVID. And lastly, to say that, of course, as in among the toolkits that we are putting in place, the HTAP concept, where we are facilitating licensing from license givers to many, is one of the tools that we are implementing. And another element, in addition to the solidarity that has been referred to, is starting from the mRNA Technology Transfer Hub, where a consortium of researchers get together and develop products and research for a common good. And these are distributed to a number of manufacturers that are geographically diversified areas, so that then they can manufacture products for the common good. So there are many interventions in the toolkit, and we are all committed to play our part to ensure equitable and universal access of health products through universal health coverage. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mubangiji, for your concluding remarks. Thank you, distinguished panelists, dear participants, and everyone who attended the workshop in the morning. This concludes our first session. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind that we have requested for call for inputs, highlighting a number of areas and issues, seeking your response, including examples in this field. The call for inputs is still open, although the official deadline was yesterday, 20th of January. Please do provide the response as soon as you can. It will be very, very useful for us to incorporate the concrete examples and work that you have done in this field in the report that we'll be preparing. With that announcement, we will end the first session. The workshop will continue at 3 p.m. CET this afternoon, with a session that will focus on regional and cross-regional measures of cooperation and assistance, aiming at enhancing access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second panel discussion on regional and cross-regional measures of cooperation and assistance aimed at enhancing access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. Among the lessons learned from the response to the COVID-19 pandemic is that the limited number of vaccines manufacturers was a key driver for vaccine inequity. Initiatives aimed at strengthening regional and local production of health products, medicines, and vaccines can help to increase access, reduce dependence on imported products, and even support economic development in specific regions. What are the opportunities and risks of greater regional cooperation to enhance access to health products? What can we learn from existing regional mechanisms and initiatives? What forms of regional and cross-regional cooperation can operationalize states' human rights obligation of international cooperation and assistance as enshrined in the United Nations Charter and International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights? For the second panel, we have 4 distinguished panelists, and I would like to invite them one after one to make sure that I'm able to properly introduce them and the topics that they will be speaking. Our first panelist is Ms. Linneas Hewanda. She is the founder and CEO of Medicines for Africa, a social enterprise that works on improving access to safe treatment of assured quality. Linneas hosts Uthando podcast, Let's Talk About Health in Africa, which advocates for improving access to healthcare in Africa. She is an influential thought leader and international affairs expert who, with a focus on Africa. Linneas has participated in and led a number of high-level intergovernmental and industry negotiations, seeking to find expedient solutions for meeting the health needs of vulnerable population around the world. Linneas co-chaired the historic WHO intergovernmental negotiation on improving the transparency of markets for medicines, vaccines, and other health products during the World Health Assembly in 2019. Ms. Linneas Hewanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to join this conversation on new developments and solution pathways in ensuring access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products, and for inviting me to offer some practical insights on advocacy for access to medicines and strengthening medicines manufacturing in Africa, touching on the challenges, risks, and opportunities for enhanced regional cooperation. I was also asked to provide a critical view on the effort of the African Medicines Agency under Africa's Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and to comment on the Mpox health emergency pandemic preparedness and other emerging issues. That's quite a lot to cover in 7 minutes, but I will do my best to touch on most of these issues. Let me start by reminding you 3 important facts, which you may already have heard in our morning panel, but with respect to the African continent. More than 90% of medicines consumed by Africans and 99% of its vaccines are imported. And historically, efforts to increase availability of medical products have not really focused on the quality of those medical products being made available. And as a consequence, of this, Africa accounts for the biggest share of substandard counterfeited medical products that are circulating in the world, an estimated 42%. And 500,000 people, Africans, are losing their lives each year due to consumption of medical products of substandard quality. So we are worried about the quality of medicines that people are taking in the Africa region. And this is a challenge that we think is so urgent that it needs to be at the heart of every conversation about improving access to medical products, particularly with respect to the Africa region. Our mission at Medicines for Africa is to improve access to medicines of assured quality, and we are tireless of, in advocating for making quality assured medicines the norm across the African continent in order to protect the safety of patients. Let me start by commenting on the developments on local production of medicines, vaccines, and medical products in Africa. Now, since the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa has seen significant development, in particular, in the development of vaccine manufacturing projects, which had until then been a very neglected area. There has been an increase in vaccine manufacturing initiatives with countries like South Africa and in companies like BioVac and Aspen Pharmacare, Senegal with its Institut Pasteur de Dakar, and Rwanda making strides in establishing vaccine manufacturing facilities. Partnerships, there has been partnerships with global manufacturers like BioNTech and J&J in developing that ecosystem that is required to nurture local production, manufacturing development on the African continent. We have seen tech transfer and licensing agreements, including other developments that include the WHO mRNA technology hub in South Africa, which has advanced enough now to a stage where it is able to begin transferring vaccine technology, vaccine manufacturing technology to multiple countries, not only in Africa, but in other regions like Latin America as well. We've seen some governments introducing incentives like tax breaks, public-private partnerships, and funding for R&D, all in an effort to nurture the ecosystem that is needed to create a sustainable manufacturing environment for vaccine. Now, in pharmaceutical manufacturing, countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Senegal, and Egypt are scaling up pharmaceutical production with domestic and international collaborations. So all of these efforts that I mentioned here and others that I do not have time to mention are really going to help to reduce Africa's dependence on importing medical products that are needed to meet the medical needs of Africans and to improve the security of access for medical products during for routine healthcare needs as well as during outbreak situations. Let me touch briefly on the developments in regulatory strengthening, which is also critical for assuring the quality of medical products that people are taking on the continent. The African Medicines Agency has been operationalized, and it is improving regulatory harmonization and quality standards across the continent of Africa. It is a key regulatory institution of the African Union, a key health institution of the African Union that was established in 2021, partly as a result of the challenges we experienced during the COVID pandemic, for the purpose of harmonizing medicines regulation and ensuring the availability of medicines of assured quality that are safe and effective across the continent. It is expected to contribute to pandemic preparedness efforts by aligning pharmaceutical regulatory standards on the continent, ensuring faster approvals for vaccines, for therapeutics, and other infection prevention and control products, like diagnostics and medical devices that are needed to effectively respond to pandemics. Now, the AMR is almost operational with a board of directors in place. The headquarter offices are now available and ready to go. And the only thing that is remaining is the nomination of the Director General of the agency. Several countries, many countries now have ratified the treaty, and so the number continues to grow. And the agency has been able to attract significant investment from partners. Now, the AMA plays a critical role in improving the capabilities of national regulatory authorities on the continent to provide effective oversight over the quality, the safety, and efficacy of medical products, and to minimize risks to the population. Efforts to harmonize the standards are making great progress, with most countries working towards developing their own national regulatory environment. 8 national regulatory authorities are now operating at level 3 maturity for either medicines or vaccines on the WHO global benchmarking tool, which means that the continent, the region has now 8 stable, well-functioning, well-integrated regulatory systems certified to be capable of providing effective oversight of quality, of product quality within their jurisdictions. This is essential. This is an essential step for strengthening quality assurance and reducing the excessive burden that Africa bears of substandard counterfeited medical products. We have also seen an increase in vaccine manufacturing, with countries like Egypt, Kenya, and Senegal investing in expanding local production facilities for essential medical products for vaccines. Even though pharmaceutical manufacturing remains an unfinished business with so much focus exclusively or predominantly on vaccines, and medical devices are all but neglected, both in terms of regulation and also local production projects. The African Medicines Agency really shows great promise. But that promise, the realization of that promise, requires that African countries sustain their engagement and investment, in particular, in the development of national regulatory authorities, to maintain the momentum, the great momentum that it has made in such a short space of time. But one of its main challenges right now is the slow pace of operationalization in the face of the region facing climate-driven acceleration of disease outbreaks. But also, the African Medicines Agency's funding appears to be coming predominantly from external sources, with very little indication what African governments are actually investing themselves to ensure that this very important critical health security institution is sustainably financed. Now, onto the efforts of the Africa CDC and its efforts in outbreak preparedness. It's also a very young agency of the African Union, established in 2017, and it has played a central role in pandemic preparedness responses, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic and, of course, the ongoing Mpox outbreak. It is a key institution for coordinating regional responses to the more than 200 outbreaks reported to have occurred on the African continent in 2024 alone. But it has made a lot of notable progress, and I'm going to mention just a few. The agency have made rapid progress in rapid response mechanisms during the COVID-19 pandemic. Africa CDC coordinated testing, vaccination, logistics, and all of this showcased its growing capacity to manage health crises within the region. In the area of pathogen genomics initiatives, it has strengthened disease surveillance and genomic sequencing to identify emerging threats, such as the emerging COVID-19 variants at the time and, of course, at the moment, Mpox. It has facilitated regional partnerships for vaccine production, including technology transfer and supporting local manufacturing. It has also developed continental frameworks like the Africa Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19 and the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, all of which are doing a lot to improve its ability to manage future outbreaks. The Africa CDC, for the very first time, declared a new public health order for Africa, which promised to take the agency and the region on a more sustainable path. But this seems to have stopped, probably in part because of the reliance on external funding sources. In 2024, the Africa CDC made history by declaring a public health emergency of continental concern, which really made it a critical player working with others like the WHO in the region. But the declaration also revealed weaknesses in its preparations for outbreak responses. But all of these are opportunities for strengthening those weaknesses and improving outbreak preparedness in the future, ensuring that infection prevention and control, medical products, diagnostics, therapeutics, and so forth are made available. So what's next? Where do we go from here? Let me conclude by saying that in order to capitalize on all of this great progress that the region of Africa has made in regulatory development, in pandemic preparedness, through its institutions, the Africa CDC, and the upcoming African Medicines Agency, the continent, the region, the governments must continue to address structural inequalities and the systemic inefficiencies that really exacerbate and worsen the situation, the security of access to medical products of assured quality on the continent. And here are a few actionable recommendations to look at, to improve access to medicines from a right to health perspective. So perhaps the first thing I would suggest is to really accelerate the operationalization of the African Medicines Agency, because this is so critical to the ability to rapidly respond and make medical products available with every outbreak that is coming out on the continent, and we have hundreds of them. So governments must prioritize funding and of course appointing the Director General of the African Medicines Agency, and to ensure the continuation of the regulatory harmonization product, because it's key to expediting the availability of medical products during outbreak situations, but of course during routine intervening periods as well. Governments and private sector and civil society need to double down on strengthening local manufacturing by investing in biomanufacturing, innovation hubs, and leveraging partnerships like the WHO mRNA Technology Transfer Hub in South Africa, and of course the efforts of countries like Rwanda and Ghana that are establishing mRNA production facilities as well. These are all lessons and projects that should be emulated and supported to become sustainable. We also recommend secure, sustainable funding, with African countries really stepping up to reduce reliance on external donors and increasing domestic funding for all of these projects, for health systems, and in particular for the agencies, critical health security agencies like the Africa Center for Disease Control and the African Medicines Agency. We need to develop frameworks for equitable vaccine access, focusing on local production and procurement to ensure that there's security of supply. What we have seen happen with the mpox outbreak, where the region, the Africa region being the worst affected, has not been able to buy vaccines directly. These are things that perhaps the region, with the leadership of the key security agencies, the AMR, the Africa Center for Disease Control, needs to think ahead of time to make sure that we anticipate and prepare and try to do as much as possible to make sure that we pre-negotiate arrangements to make sure that vaccines and other infection prevention and control products are available to affected communities within the African continent. In conclusion, and one last thing, of course, we need to continue the efforts started by the Africa CDC to share information, data, resources, pooling resources, and ensuring, a collective response to ensure that, people are protected all across our vast continent. Now, let me conclude by saying that the mpox outbreak has really underscored the importance of robust health systems, the importance of a regional approach and of regulatory frameworks to make sure that medical products can be made in a timely manner, that they are safe and of assured quality. By fully operationalizing the African Medicines Agency, empowering the Africa Center for Disease Control, and investing in local manufacturing, the Africa region can secure the health of its people and achieve sustainable development. For there can be no sustainable development without a healthy population. And that is critical for ensuring the economic security of all countries on the continent. So I would leave you with this last thought that we need to commit both from governments, partners, international organizations, civil society, and private sector. Everyone needs to commit to making quality medicines the norm on the African continent, not just to say that let's make medicines more available whilst ignoring what the quality of those products are. And this is the way we are going to ensure a rights-based approach to ensuring a healthy continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yonda, for your thoughtful presentation and updating us on the situation of access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products in Africa, highlighting a number of important issues, including inequality, which are structural, of course, the systematic injustice and other barriers. Please stay on. There will be further opportunity to interact with participants and other panelists. With that note, I would like now to invite our second panelist, who is Mr. Amejekita Delgado. Just a quick introduction about him. He works as a technical officer on pharmaceutical policies and access to medicines in the Department of Innovation, Access to Medicines and Health Technologies at Pan American Health Organization headquarters at Washington, D.C. In this role, he supports the member states of the Americas region in the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of policies and strategies for expanding access to medicines and other health technologies, such as pricing policies, generic and biosimilars, high cost and high price related policies, promotion of competition, among others. Miguel is a pharmacist with postgraduate degree in epidemiology and health economics and has MSc in health policy, planning and financing, as well as an MBA candidate. Mr. Delgado, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I just want to make sure that you can see my screen.
I can confirm that we can see your screen.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of the Pan American Health Organization, and especially for the Department of Innovations, Access to Medicines and Health Technology. I am pleased to be here to share an experience regarding a specific segment, but as well to tell you what are the organization and the member states doing for increasing and expanding access to medicines and health technologies. The department was created recently in 2023 as a response of the pandemic. The pandemic developed all the problems that our region and I would say worldwide we have in dependence of productions and the supply chain and the deployment of vaccines and health products developed especially in the pandemic in vaccines. So the department was created to strengthen the innovation and productions and strengthen initiatives to enhance regulatory systems with the final goal to expand the equitable access to medicines and other health technologies. So, as the quotation of our PAHO director, Jarbal Barbosa, said that the COVID brought the need to diversify the innovation and production and to ensure this equitable access for our director. So this is the new department that we have less than 2 years, but we have built and we have worked with the member states of the regions to strengthen and at two levels. So general one, performing the resolution, as I'm gonna say you, and as well in specific issues as the insulin example that I am bringing today. So just to have a context, this is a final report on access to rational use of strategic and high-cost medicines and other high technologies. This report was performed last year and presented to member states with the participation of more than 20 member states that respond to the survey, to the questionnaire, and developed although the region has some improvement in the access to medicines, there are some issues to be addressed, specifically to improve the transparency, the regeneration of information and the access to information. So this is the final report of a resolution originally published in 2016 to address the progress of the region on this regard. As you can say, there is a strategic and high cost. So we are discussing right now what is strategic for any country. It's like country by country definition, should be a regional definition, taking into consideration the diversity of the American region, because we are working on another resolution that I will mention at the end of this intervention. So just to make the example on the insulin specific topics, let me show briefly some topics that we are working on, because it's in the American regions, due to the lack of information that you have, we have to bring information for other entities, including WHO headquarters. Just to make an example, that's the intellectual property situations in the patents requested and granted by some kind of products. I'm not gonna detail the products specifically, but as you can see, the requested patents are bigger than the granted patents, and this intellectual property rights can restrict the production of more affordable generic insulins, keeping the price high. This is the final result. On another dimension, a regulatory challenge, as the previous speakers mentioned, this is difference in regulatory requirements between countries compared with FDA or even AMA, that this difference in regulatory requirements may delay the approval and availability of insulin in certain markets. There are like a very wide situations that we are understanding to see how to address this situation with the countries that have more delays in the regulatory side. On the other hand, there is a marker regarding the market structure. There is a high concentration in the market. As you can see, in the three largest companies have a market share more of 95% in the whole American regions. And when we compare with other regions, has had significant competitors that especially to biosimilars. So the insulin market is dominated by a few large manufacturers which limit the competitions and keep the price again high. And in the Latin American country, there is a high concentration of sales in the three large companies, and there is a need to strengthen the regulatory frameworks as well as the local manufacturing There is another powerful resolutions on strengthening local manufacturing for the Americas that actually this year we had a progress report on that behalf, on that topic, sorry. In another example, let's see what it's going on with the public pure procurement and the impact of insulin budgets. So as we can see, at the expenditure for human insulin, it's less the participation, the quantities sold it's 72% for this example. This is a country that we prefer not to mention, as you may know. But this analysis said what the price difference is the price and the expenditure is so different between the products that has long time in the market. So and in the last example, regarding pricing and affordability, there is some big difference between countries and the same region. Just to see some example between Ecuador, the USA, and other, there is a big difference that products that are not too new, that has some significant time in the market. So this price difference persists across all categories of insulin, including test strips. That's another example, or another work that we are doing in parallel on this that I am showing. So the last topic regarding transparency and access to information, there are so many problems regarding the lack of information of unit sales. It's not transparent or not easy to get in the countries of the Americas region. The lack of data on cost structure to know how the final price is built. It's a very challenge to try to understand that. The lack of indicators of effective access, patient coverage at the end of the work. As I said, the goal of our department specifically is to ensure to expand the equitable access to the end and effective access to the end of the chain. That this means that patients can have persistent delivery of health products, medicines, and other technologies. On the other part, we have problems in public procurement, in public purchasing. There is not easy to understand or to identify the price and the quantities. There is lack of information on what kind of procurement was being used to make the purchase and procurement process. There are complex search systems with limited access to information, and there is a lack of information on procuring or pricing, especially. So we are working as the next steps in this specific. We are addressing that issue specifically in insulin with an interprogrammatic work with other PAHO departments, as of course with member states. We joint lines of action with departments of, for example, non-chronic and non-communicable diseases, and specifically in diabetes part, to first understand the issue deeply, understand what is going on, what is the difference, what is the context, because there is different context in the diversity that the region of the Americas has with high-income countries, low middle-income countries, middle-income countries. So it's to understand the situation, but as well we are working and we are performing. Actually, we are working to design and perform in Q2 and Q3 of this year, like a regional workshop to share the experience and share information. Is the way that we are addressing that situation, and countries can share the problem and how is addressing the problem. And we are going to perform 2 of these workshops as a community of practice, not only as a single event. It's more like a systematic event to share information. And last, to continue to support the member state in issues related to access to medicines. It means supporting this kind of focused work on specific segments, identify, for example, diabetes, as well as biosimilars, as issues on oncology, and even for essential medicines that we had access problems in the region with that. And to promote, as well as promote the active participation to member states in the New Year resolution that I have mentioned. That is a new mandate that was given last year. It's a policy resolution on expanding equitable access to high cost and high price health technologies. This is a very work that we are currently doing because we expect to be approved this resolution by member states first in the PAHO Executive Committee in June of this year, and after that in September of 2025 by PAHO Directing Council. So this is a new policy that we are working on, and we are working to engage the member states to see if the problem is on this regard the access to high cost or high price. We are having discussions on what high cost could mean for every country. It's a common definition, it's a local definition, but let's bring to the light this issue and work in the non-resolution that we expect to present, to discuss, and to be approved by member states to finally work as the goal of my department, of the organization, in expanding and promoting the equitable access to the patients and the population of the regions of the America. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delgado, for bringing the work of your organization in the region, highlighting a number of key issues that includes, of course, the ongoing situation around market pricing, affordability, and also letting us know the policies and efforts that the organization has been undertaking and work with the member states. Please stay on. We will shortly be coming back with possibly with questions, and there will be an opportunity to interact with participants from the floor and the fellow panelists. With that, I would like now to move on to our third speaker, who is Professor Gita Sen, who has over 40 years of experience working nationally and internationally on gender equality and women's rights issues. Her work has ranged widely, spanning from poverty, population policies, human development, labor markets, and women's health. She holds a PhD in economics from Stanford University. She is currently Distinguished Professor and Senior Advisor of the Center on Equity and Social Determinants of Health at the Public Health Foundation of India. She was for many years a Professor of Public Policy at the Indian Institute of Management in Bangalore and Adjunct Professor of Global Health and Population at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Known for her combination of analysis, strategic advocacy, and activism, she is a founder of the Southern Feminist Network, Dawn, Development Alternatives with Women for a New Era. She is a widely published author and editor of journal articles and books, and recipient of several awards for her work, as well as honorary doctorates. Professor Sen, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. Respected Chair, Excellencies, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be speaking today on what continues to be one of the most pressing issues of our time: how to address the global and national inequalities that are a major barrier to access to medicines. I think among the most important lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic, you will agree with me, was the impact of different forms of social and economic inequality within and between countries and regions. COVID-19 inequalities between countries, and particularly between high income versus low and middle, and especially low income countries, have received some, albeit I would argue inadequate, attention. Recent research by researchers at Tufts University and American University have challenged the widely held belief, despite the work that our previous panelists spoke about, the widely held belief that the pandemic really didn't affect African countries very much. The analysis of these researchers shows that African countries experienced COVID-19 infections and deaths at levels similar to or even higher than countries in other regions. And if you want the reference for that, please look at the Population and Development Review Journal for March of last year, 2024. Within countries, as is well known and documented in the health and social science literatures, catastrophes, whether natural or human-made, most seriously affect those at the bottom of pre-existing inequalities, and they often worsen them. As an OHCHR report said last year, access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products is deeply unequal in many countries, owing to structural barriers, social determinants of health, and other factors affecting various populations that are marginalized. The impacts of the pandemic included extreme and inequitable economic hardships, severe pressure on health systems, as we know, huge burdens on poor people, migrants, informal workers, women as poorly paid or unpaid caregivers, girls lost to educational opportunities, people with disabilities, and those discriminated against on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity, and more. A set of regional workshops held last year by the Feminists for a People's Vaccine campaign in Africa, Latin America, and Asia highlighted the extent and nature of these inequalities within countries and the weaknesses of existing health systems in recognizing and redressing them. What this means is that this extent of inequality that we've become aware of thanks to the pandemic needs to be addressed, whether we are talking about global or regional cooperation. Otherwise, simply focusing on increasing production is not going to be sufficient. So what about the next pandemic when it happens? Despite major multilateral attempts to make the world ready to address public health emergencies through the recently amended international health regulations and pandemics through the ongoing negotiations for a pandemic agreement, important barriers to equitable responses remain at the global level, and these cascade down to the regional and country levels. And I'll only mention two of these, which I consider to be the most critical barriers at present. The first is macroeconomic. The push to implement financial austerity measures at a time of high national burdens that continue to be the policy directives of choice of the International Monetary Fund. And so when I hear my colleague, co-panelists from Africa speaking about the importance for African countries to invest more, I ask the question about the global environment of extreme debt and severe austerity. The second global barrier, which cascades to the regional and national level, is, as Anand Grover said earlier, TRIPS at the WTO, which functions in contradiction to human rights quite often, despite smooth talk about the need for balance. The known impacts of TRIPS include, among others, exorbitantly high prices for medicines, unaffordable royalties, evergreening, biopiracy, and the sidelining of important illnesses. It bears remembering that many high-income countries actually did not recognize intellectual property in chemical substances or pharmaceutical products until well into the 1960s, and some even not until the 1990s. In addition, TRIPS Plus measures in bilateral and regional free trade agreements include backdoor extensions of patent terms and market exclusivity for clinical data. Together, these barriers create a huge chasm between high and low and middle income countries in terms of the resources available for critically needed health system strengthening and equitable access to the technologies needed to develop and produce vaccines, therapeutics, and equipment. Can regional cooperation help to break through these barriers in time for the next outbreak? Our experience during COVID-19 does not create room for much optimism, but there are a few examples. And of course, former previous panelists spoke about the significant actions taken in Africa, while also pointing to the major challenges and bottlenecks that remain. One such form of cooperation during COVID-19 in Asia was the early collaboration between China's CDC and Malaysia's health ministry. Weekly meetings at the height of the early phase of the pandemic helped in sharing clinical information from patients and on what protocols were working or not in the search for antivirals. Sinovac, as a result, was the first vaccine to reach Malaysia on a large scale. Regional cooperation for regional and national R&D and production are essential, but can be slow because of these barriers. Therefore, I'd like to point out to a different kind of cooperation that we need, which involves a more direct approach to dismantling global barriers. Many countries, over 60, joined together as co-sponsors and supporters in support of a temporary waiver of TRIPS during COVID-19. And while many have said, and I agree, that in the end, that waiver didn't come through, we still have the opportunity today to cooperate. Countries have the possibility of cooperating in another way to support the Colombian proposal for a review of TRIPS, which may well be the site for new cooperation. In addition to the growing evidence of negative effects of TRIPS flexibilities did not help much during the pandemic for a number of reasons, including a number that Anand Grover spoke about in the first panel: political pressure from high-income countries, and in some instances, the absence of R&D infrastructure. Colombia's proposal of April 2024 to the WTO TRIPS Council calls for a TRIPS review. And this is one that many member states should join in to support. Such a review could be leveraged for significant changes to reduce the scope of patentability which is needed. We need to be able to exclude living organisms from patents. Governments should have unambiguous rights to override patents. There should be a removal of burdensome conditions on compulsory licensing, and implementation deadlines should be extended for LDCs, as well as many other actions that can be taken. Such actions, such cooperation is different from the way we typically think about regional cooperation, but it may actually be exactly what we need to ensure that the COVID-19 experience of inequality isn't repeated in future. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sen, for the very thought-provoking and profoundly useful intervention. And thank you once again for your continuous support throughout this process. Please stay on. There will be opportunity to interact with the participants and fellow panelists. In the interest of time, I'm going to invite Dr. Leonard Rubenstein. Although we understand that Professor Rubenstein will not touch specifically on regional or cross-regional efforts, it was important for us to count on his presence to delve into an issue that does unfortunately affect all regions, which is armed conflict and the attacks on healthcare facilities and personnel. Just a quick introduction of Professor Rubenstein. He is Distinguished Professor of the Practice at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and Director of the Program on Human Rights, Health and Conflict. He is also core faculty at the Johns Hopkins Berman Institute of Bioethics and the Center for Humanitarian Health, and is a non-resident fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Professor Rubenstein previously served as a senior fellow at the United States Institute of Peace and executive director and president of Physicians for Human Rights. He is a member of the Council of Foreign Relations and founded and chairs the Safeguarding Health in Conflict Coalition, a group of humanitarian, human rights, and health professionals and academic centers working to protect the wounded and sick health workers and health infrastructures. He's a graduate of Harvard Law School. Professor Rubenstein is the author of Perilous Medicine, The Struggle to Protect Healthcare from the Violence of War, which was published in 2021 by Columbia University Press. He has also received numerous awards for his work. We're very glad to welcome you, Professor Rubenstein. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thanks especially for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion, as access to medicine discussions rarely discuss the impact of the violence of war and attacks on healthcare and war on access to medicines and vaccinations that affect millions upon millions of people. War generates healthcare in countless ways, not least in disruptions of supply chains for medicines, often because of the insecurity of transport that both prevents access and drives up prices, which of course limits affordability. Throughout courageous and sustained efforts to overcome these barriers. For example, the Alliance for Public Health in Ukraine has conducted tests and delivered HIV and TB medications in more than 200 towns in highly insensitive Ukraine, reaching thousands of people. Access are even greater when healthcare itself is under attack. And in recent years, the level of violence against healthcare in war has escalated dramatically. Every year, the Safeguarding Health in Conflict Coalition issues a global report on attacks on healthcare in war. And from 2022 to 2023, care in armed conflict increased by about 25% in a single year to about 2,500 incidents, an extraordinary figure. In 2024, though, the number of attacks rose again to around 3,000, a 20%. These attacks include bombing and missile attacks on hospitals and clinics, ground assaults on health facilities, looting and pillaging of clinics and medical transport, of health workers, the killing of vaccinators. These acts are committed by state militaries, groups. In my limited time, I will focus on three aspects of the violence that deeply affects access to medication and vaccination, including of supplies and medication from health facilities and medical convoys, of clinics, prevalent, though not exclusively so, in civil wars in Africa, including in Burkina Faso, the Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Niger. Looting and pillaging, moreover, are often accompanied by killing of staff and destruction of vehicles. Gaza, WHO, and medical convoys were repeatedly shot at as they tried to deliver medical supplies. The reasons for these attacks vary. They include financial incentives sold on the black market, or the need for medicines by armed groups for their own cadres. Sometimes they're part of a general populations, including means of force displacement. Mitigation measures have been tried in many conflicts. Some of these include storing medications in more secure locations than health facilities, offering patients supplies of drugs for longer periods of time than is customary so they don't have to travel to get them. But these mitigation measures often require difficult trade-offs. For example, storing medications elsewhere increases the risk of stockouts at the facilities themselves. As my colleagues and I learned in a study we can public, providing more medications for a longer period of time is beneficial in many ways, but can increase adherence and antimicrobial resistance while decreasing opportunities for clinical monitoring. So very difficult ethical aspect to these mitigation measures. Second is the obstruction of transports for medication. Sometimes obstruction is linked to extortion of money to obtain passage, often labeled a tax. This practice also creates severe ethical dilemmas for ministries and aid groups, as it means becoming a party to corruption. It can also put NGOs, humanitarian groups, at risk where donors restrict financial transactions to groups they deem to be terrorists. In other cases, sieges, which were prominent in Gaza, Syria, and Ukraine, restrict all humanitarian relief for long periods of time to very large populations. These can only be alleviated by concerted political pressure, especially from other states and groups positioned to influence them by force. That pressure, however, is all too rare. The third concern I'd like to cover is violence inflicted on community health workers engaged in vaccination campaigns. Take polio, for example. The original goal for the global campaign for eradication of polio was elimination about 2 decades ago. Well, of course, polio has not been eliminated, and according to the World, one major factor is attacks on vaccinators in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And more than 200 polio team workers have been killed while working on vaccination campaigns. These killings have profound effects not only on the individuals, of course, and their families, but on the campaigns themselves. And they continue. As recently as the fall of 2024, there were 3 separate incidents in which armed groups killed vaccinators in Pakistan. And what happens after these attacks often is the suspension of campaigns, many of which are designed to reach tens or even hundreds of thousands of children. The best that happens is a delay, but in many cases, some children never conditions on vaccination campaigns, such as demands for the campaigns to purchase auxiliary services from them, such as transportation, with the explicit or implicit threat of violence if those demands are not met. In another example, in September, the Taliban government in Afghanistan banned house-to-house vaccinations in parts of the country, permitting only site-to-site and mosque-to-mosque vaccinations of children. Here, too, efforts to mitigate or prevent these attacks can be double-edged. Has been a key strategy to allow the killing of police and, when they are killed, suspension of campaigns. Ultimately, access to medicines and vaccinations in armed conflict can only be achieved through prevention of attacks and accountability for perpetrators. Yet, despite many resolutions, including at the Security Council, there is, until that ends, mitigation measures are likely to have. Thank you, and I'll conclude there.
Thank you, Professor Rubinstein, for your intervention and also bringing examples of your work and giving us the overview of the situation of the healthcare workers and facilities in the armed conflict situation. Let me thank our panelists for their presentations. As I mentioned earlier, we will return to the panelists after the interactive dialogue for the response and comments. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now turn to the speakers list for an interactive dialogue and interventions from the floor for approximately 35 minutes. I would like to remind you that all the intervention from the floor will be limited to 2 minutes. I also encourage you to intervene in an interactive way through comments and questions, taking into account and reflecting on what our distinguished panelists have said during their presentation. We have a comprehensive list of speakers from the floor. I would like to invite them as they have registered with us. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia. Ethiopia, you have the floor. We see that the distinguished representative from Ethiopia is not present. Now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of India. We see that the distinguished representative of India is not online. Moving on, I give the floor to the distinguished, the distinguished representative from India.
Hello. So I would like to say that speakers have elaborated a lot of points and that we need to integrate all of them into solutions to make this assurance that medicines, vaccines are delivered equitably and also with justice. Thank you.
Dear Speaker, we will We will take into consideration of your intervention, but please register yourself first with our colleagues, and we'll call for your intervention. We'll now move to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh. Moving on, as we don't see the distinguished representative from Bangladesh, we would now like to invite the distinguished representative from Barbados. We understood that the distinguished representative from Barbados is not online. We will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. Moving on, as we don't hear from the distinguished representative from Luxembourg, we will now like to invite the distinguished representative from Malaysia. We'll move on as we don't see the distinguished representative from Malaysia online. We'd like now to give the floor to the distinguished representative from Comoros. Also, we didn't hear from the distinguished representative from Comoros. We'll now move on and would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative from the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear panelists, colleagues. With regards to the topic of this session, regional and cross-regional measures, I would like to touch upon the Russian experience, recent Russian experience in this field. Our country actively cooperates with African, Asian, and Latin American states to strengthen their sanitary and epidemiological well-being. The countries of these regions are being targeted by UCMs imposed by developed countries, and from our understanding, the Human Rights Council should have paid more attention to the violation of the rights of the population of the Global South related to the impact of UCMs on access to medicine and vaccines. In 2024, Russia, within the framework of its BRICS and CIC chairmanship, prioritized healthcare issues. BRICS cooperation on antimicrobial resistance was launched. We supported the work of the BRICS Center for Vaccine Research and Development, and the meeting of the BRICS Tuberculosis Research Network was held. The first BRICS medical journal was published, which is designed to become a tool for supporting scientists from the member states. Over the past year, assistance has been provided to a number of African countries affected by the outbreak of monkeypox. They were supplied with vaccines, test systems, and the necessary technologies. All this practical cooperation makes a significant contribution to ensuring the rights of the peoples of the Global South to the highest attainable standard of health. And we're ready to continue working with interested countries in this field. And again, with regards to the whole topic of today's discussion, we would like to inform that we have submitted our contribution to the call of inputs, which was published in November 2024 and circulated among states. And we hope that it will be assessed and considered when the report is prepared and presented during the relevant session of the Human Rights Council. And I would like again to thank the organizers of this workshop and the panelists for the very interesting information presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegates from the Russian Federation. Moving on now, I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative from the World Health Organization, WHO. We have received no confirmation of their availability. Moving on now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The distinguished representative from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Benedica Niesa. Looks like there's some technical issues. We see her online, but we did not hear from her. While we await for her, we'll move on to the next speaker, who is the distinguished representative of the Council of Europe. We'll move on because we didn't see the distinguished delegate from the Council of Europe. Now I'd like to invite the distinguished representative of Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, Ms. Nathalie Odunalemi Biogar. We also do not see the distinguished delegate from the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. Moving on, I would like now to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rural Development Organization, Harjat Salman Siddiqui. So we did not see any reactions from the Rural Development Organization. We'll move on and now invite the distinguished delegate of Femmes et Infantes and the Trece Feed, Bodan Alakasaum. We'll move on and now invite the distinguished representative of Ain Soyata Kendro Ashok Foundation, Mohammad Sahadat Hussain. We also did not hear from Mohammad Sahadat Hussain. Moving on, I'd like to invite the distinguished representative of Duke University Hospital, the next one on the list is the New Generation in Action. I'd like the distinguished representative of New Generation in Action to intervene. You have the floor. We have received no indication of their presence. We'll move on and now invite the distinguished representative of the International Human Rights Council, Dr. Haitham Bousaid.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Please continue. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair. And the ongoing challenge of ensuring equitable access to medicine, vaccine, and other essential health products remains a pressing global issue. Recent developments highlight appropriate highlight innovative solution pathway aimed at overcoming barriers that prevent vulnerable populations from obtaining necessary treatment. Collaborative efforts between government, pharmaceutical companies, and non-governmental organizations have led to the introduction of affordable pricing models and the streamlined distribution of vital health resources. Emphasizing the importance of technology, new digital platforms are now facilitating better tracking and supply chain management, ensuring that those most in need receive timely access to these products. As we move forward, continued investment in research and will be critical to creating a more equitable health landscape for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Haitham Bousaid. Moving on, according to the list of registration, I would like now to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Communauté Saint-Egidio Action pour Innovation et le Développement Durable, AIDD, Mr. Kofi Privat. We understand that Mr. Kofi Privat is not online. We would now like to invite the distinguished representative of Fidel Biram Charitable Organization, Baruch Cerveza. We understand that Baruch Cerveza is not online. We will move on and now invite the distinguished representative of Formation de Equipe Research Foundation, Tadepalai Satyanarayan. We understand that the distinguished representative from the Formation de Equipe Research Foundation is not available online. We're moving to the next distinguished speaker, who is the distinguished representative of Pompiers Humanitarians, Nawal Aruna. We've been informed that Ms. Nawal Aruna is not online. Moving on to the next speaker, we'd like to invite the distinguished representative of the Association of Gabonese Students and Trainees in the Russian Federation, Mr. Kenneth Steven. We have been informed that the Association of Gabonese Students and Trainees in the Russian Federation is not online. We're moving to the next speaker, who is the distinguished representative of League Camonais des Dois des Hommes, Moise Clavel. We have the next registration from the same organization, Mr. Jeremy Jeffrey. League communarize des droits de homme. We understand that both the distinguished representatives are not available online, so we're moving on to the next distinguished delegate from the International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care, Inc., Mr. S. Paul. Sorry, Miss S. Paul. I apologize.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished colleagues. IHPC would like to draw your attention to the critical issue of access to internationally controlled essential medicines, a matter of both health and human rights from a LMIC perspective. At the regional level, CRO is working on this and has held several meetings on it, but it is routinely neglected at the Human Rights Council and at the national level. To stress upon the need further, especially to LMIC, I can present an example from my home country, India. Despite a robust pharmaceutical sector, inequitable access to internationally controlled essential medicines persist. India's Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act 1985 introduced amendments in 2014 to streamline access to opioids like morphine for palliative care. However, implementation remains inconsistent. Bureaucratic barriers, fear of misuse, misconceptions, and lack of trained personnel prevent millions from receiving adequate pain relief. Reports highlight that less than 4% of population needing palliative care in India has access to it. With similar impediments reporting from other LMICs, how will the resolution help to improve availability for people experiencing extreme pain and breathlessness from NCDs at the end of life and for other conditions? Decreased access to internationally controlled essential medicines are marred by other factors as well, one such being the unequal distribution of morphine for medical consumption, which is not based on need, as per the report published by WHO, Left Behind in Pain. Over 80% of morphine being distributed for consumption in countries within the WHO region of the Americas and European region, and in high-income countries based on World Bank's classification. Within the region of Americas, morphine distributed for consumption was concentrated in the United States of America and Canada. Along with this, we must also recognize the compounded impact in emergencies and conflict. Without unimpeded access to controlled medicines, health systems are unable to address acute suffering, further exacerbating vulnerabilities. To address this, we urge to add in the resolution mandate that countries adopt and implement evidence-based policies and establish national focal points for internationally controlled essential medicines to ensure streamlined access, encourage evidence generations, especially with respect to the need of internationally controlled essential medicines in LMICs, that will lay the platform for greater global collaboration and increased access to them in the region. Support public education campaigns to destigmatize the use of internationally controlled essential medicines for pain management and palliative care. We advocate for affordable availability of internationally controlled essential medicines at all levels of government and would appreciate the support of the panelists and their organizations in this endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative from the International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care, Inc. Moving on, I'd like now to invite the distinguished representative from the Third World Network, C. Rao. We'll move on as we don't see the distinguished representative of the Third World Network online. To the next registration, we would like now to invite the distinguished representative of the Role Model Maker International, Oli Lankirani. We'll move on now and invite the distinguished representative from Tampere University, Dr. Amitaba Sarkar.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks to all the speakers for enriching us since morning. On behalf of the academic research project that investigates do trade and investment agreements, protect public health and universal health coverage, we congratulate the UNOHCR to continuously hold important dialogues and deliberations on access to medicine, vaccines, and other health products. Our academic project is supported by the Research Council of Finland and hosted at the Health Sciences Unit of Tampere University. Considering the HRC Resolution 50/13 and other relevant HRC resolutions and decisions made in the past, submitted a detailed and thorough response against the present call for inputs to provide suggestions for a policy framework to structurally and programmatically address the public health crisis concerning the access to medicine and ensure its realization and implementation to deliver human rights. We urge the member states, international organizations, and other stakeholders to consult our submission along with others in the coming days or week on the OHCHR side. Touching upon the current discussion, I would like to deliberate on some pointers, given the nature of market failure exists in the biopharmaceutical sector, the state intervention is unparalleled. In this regard, the regulatory agencies or other competent entity at the national and regional level need to be legally empowered, administratively efficient, and technically competent to enforce antitrust laws, promote competition, and ensure rational utilization of drugs. Since the sector is transnational in nature, an international coordination mechanism is required to enhance collaboration between regulatory agencies in support of mission-oriented or targeted global competition. This would only bring down the cost as well as address the medicine shortages. Another respect of the international governance for regional and cross-regional measures in terms of access to medicine, we think that the pharmaceutical industry, as you all know, operates globally. International policymaking concerns access to medicine issues broadly on three terms: global legal agreements, then international cooperation, and global advocacy. Now, there is enough scientific evidence that stronger pharmaceutical monopolies created by TRIPS plus IPR, intellectual property rights, are generally associated with increased drug prices, delayed availability, and increased cost to patient purchasing authorities and governments. Further, it is worth considering the potential impact of intellectual property rights on the distribution inequity of COVID-19 vaccine. This raises questions about the public value and effectiveness of the global strategy for the promotion of IPR-led access to medicine and other health technologies. We may recall the findings of the UK Commission, the United Kingdom Commission on Intellectual Property Rights in 2000, and the WHO Commission on Intellectual Property Rights, Innovation and Public Health in 2006. Both the commissions concluded that international patent laws restrict the provision of access to medicine in medical research and development, not only in developing and least developing countries, but also in developed countries. This question about the value of global advocacy on and innovation-led act, which has effects as well as consequences at the regional level. On the other side, the global related to action is growing around the discourse of human rights on the back of intellectual property rights and trade-related barriers. The Human Rights Council and the UN periodically link the crisis with human rights concerns. So, in this, the International Bill of Human Rights has many provisions to conceive demands for access as human rights struggles, like the Universal of Human Rights, Article 25.1, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Article 12.1 and Article 12.2. There has been relevant international human rights considerations of IP rights, and in particular, Special Rapporteur report on the right to science, which notes that right to protection of moral and material interest can be used to defend patent laws that inadequately respect the right to participate in cultural life, to enjoy the benefits of scientific and its application, to scientific freedoms, the right to food and health, and the rights of indigenous people and local communities. Most notably, the COVID-19 pandemic, UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination noted that the way some developed countries have refused to waive the IPR over vaccines raises concerns regarding obligations of non-discrimination in international human rights law. So we think a global advocacy strategy building around human rights-centric annual access to medicine dialogue will help to structurally and programmatically address rights components in both medicine diplomacy and national medicine policies. This could be an actionable agenda, especially for international organizations to collaborate and communicate. We further international organizations working together with other IOs in different parts of the world is the most important global policy lever in respect to access to medicine. The WHO has been leading this cooperation since 1977 with the introduction of essential drug list strategy. In the past, WHO drug was very good at putting the essential drug list strategy into action at the national level by creating and putting into action national drug policies. However, WHO's approach to medicine governance was often controversial among its member states and led to a reduction in funding, particularly from high-income countries. In today's complex geopolitical and economic situation, it is necessary for WHO to work with countries on drug policies to deal with the biopharmaceutical market. But for this to happen, the WHO must be able to access unconditional budget and political support from the member states without delays or constraints. So, the global access medicine campaign to be successful, the WHO must be financially independent and technically strong. It is suggested that scientific capacity development of drug research and development, including production and distribution, associated diagnostic technologies, an important access parameter in the global. In addition to becoming more involved in the global advocacy dialogues on and innovation-led access progress, it is proposed that WHO could foster long-term mission-oriented collaboration with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization for local pharmaceutical production with a view to boosting access to essential medicine and vaccines in the global south. This is particularly relevant considering the WHO's recent emphasis on local production of drugs and vaccines. Last point from our end, international access to medicine governance is likely to require a purpose-driven global framework agreement to ensure that governments will have policy space for national pharmaceutical policies as envisaged by the WHO in earlier committees, but reaching beyond research and development by including provisions on rational use and safeguards for policy measures to ensure available, affordable, and good quality essential medicines, vaccines, and health technology. Is it a formidable long-term vision? We asked all the panelists, and this is crucial, we believe, as old assumptions concerning pharmaceuticals and patents may no longer be valid for novel treatments and technologies
Mr. Sarkar, we
that
need to
rely
move on.
on
Thank you so
traditional
much. Thank you
dimensions.
so much, please, because the 2
Yes.
minutes has
Thank
been elapsed, and
I'm sorry.
so
Thank you.
please send us the written submissions, so we will take into consideration in finalizing the report. I apologize for interrupting. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Chair.
Moving on, we'll invite now the distinguished representative from the Third World Network, Kopuri Madhavan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have three broad points. The first point is that in order to fulfill the obligations under right to health related to access to medicine, availability of medicines at an affordable price is the critical factor. In the absence of availability of medicines at an affordable price will incapacitate the states to fulfill its obligation. So as far as developing countries are concerned, most of them are incapacitated to fulfill their obligations under the right to health because they do not have access to procure these medicines at an affordable price, especially the availability related to the new medicine. This has been constrained through the various international law and policy instruments, especially the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, which basically prevents countries from producing a generic version of an essential medicine, which is if it is under patent protection, like bedaquiline, which has been designated as an essential medicine, but which cannot be produced in the generic by a generic company due to the patent protection. So therefore, it is important to provide full policy space for countries to fulfill their obligation, at least with regard to the essential medicines. In this regard, countries should make use of or introduce a new provision in their Patents Act, which allows an automatic compulsory licensing of all the essential medicines. Second point is that it is a well-known secret that the pharmaceutical corporations uses intellectual property rights as well as the regulatory framework to manage the competition. Therefore, what is presented many times as regulatory framework or regulatory requirements may not be scientifically correct because they are incorporated to manage the competition. Especially regulatory agencies have been used by the big companies to protect their trade secret. So there are many examples, including the existing biosimilar marketing regulation is a regulation which is emanating from the concerns of to address the concerns of trade secret rather than safety and efficacy of the product. So, so therefore, we need to have a very cautious and calibrated approach when we say strengthening regulatory system. Strengthening of regulatory system is very important to safeguard the safety and efficacy of the medicine, but it should not be used as a tool to manage the competition. So therefore, in this particular context, we take the exceptions to the analytical study of the OHRC, presented to the October 24 May-June session of the HRC, where one of the structural barrier to access is the first barrier listed is regulatory system. There is not a single word for local production in that study. So local production or availability at an affordable price is the first barrier. That is the first structural barrier. Instead of that, it simply jump to the fact that it is the lack of regulatory system. During the pandemic or even any other crisis, it is not lack of the regulatory system which resulted in lack of access. It's the other way around. The lack of availability of medicines, and many times even at an affordable price, that resulted in the denial of access. So I think these analytical studies should really analyze these issues instead of making like a very sweeping statement without proper evidence. And therefore, it's important to have have an evidence-based approach to the regulatory system. And last point is that the human rights institutions need to really closely look into the practices of pharmaceutical corporation, especially working group on business and human rights needs to really look at the practices of pharmaceutical corporations and its implications for or their role in the denial of access to medicine at an affordable price, as well as their patenting strategies, which basically denies access at an affordable price in many countries. So let me conclude here and thank you once again.
Thank you, the distinguished representative from the Third World Network. The last speaker on my list is Ms. Rasa Al-Jobri, the distinguished representative from the NHS Bedfordshire Hospital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, colleagues and organizers. Just a quick presentation about one of the factors which can be direct or indirect factor in affecting the access to medicine and vaccination, which is the material loss, which is the pharmaceutical waste. So we have a paper published by the NHS talking about the pharmaceutical waste reduction and the impact of it. So in 2013, NHS has spent 15 billion on the medication because we know it's a national health system where we provide medicine to the hospitals and even private sectors which cover NHS patients. The calculated pharmaceutical waste was 300 million pound. And in 2020, with the pandemics and the emergency fund for COVID, it was 42.9 billion. And we can imagine the waste of the medication, which has, because it's going to increase exponentially with the increase of the funding and the expenditure. In addition to the loss of the financial impact, this money can be utilized, like, for example, for the One Health or the solidarity and providing healthcare all over the world. It has environmental impact and utilizing or debilitating the resources to produce more medication because it will increase the demand. At the same time, increase the resistance to medication with this waste of medication. So a lot of case studies has been run to find where is the waste, what is the reason of the waste. And it seems that because we are implementing the system of requesting medication, so there is a lot of medication wasted by repeating prescription without assessing if the patient still need this medication or not. Some of them is avoidable, which is like some packages are not utilized by the patient, not used, and they're just being wasted and been by the recycled. But it's not actually recycled to be used by another patient, but it will be bent, and so that is a waste money and waste resources as well. So there are a lot of actions have been taken, and many trust in the NHS. They started to do study how we reduce this waste, and we can provide care somewhere else, and this whether financially or supporting the resources or the infrastructure. So the outcome of these studies is we need a culture change is required to address ongoing waste. Focus in prescribing and dispensing of medication, as well as targeting particular patient and drug types. So, for example, if we improve the general health, reducing alcohol, smoking, this will improve patient health with the counseling, with the specific clinics. This will reduce expenditure, at the same time reducing the waste. So medication optimization and the care home medication review plot and the pilot, this is also to review the medication. So this is one of the projects, and the aim of it is to reduce the waste money in pharmaceutical waste and reduce the burden on the NHS itself and globally by affecting the infrastructures and the material resources.
Thank you so much, the distinguished delegates from the NHS. Now, given the time constraint, we would like to go back to our distinguished panelists. While I request them to provide us their concluding thoughts and remarks, it would also be important for me to highlight that it would be great if we could hear from you your thoughts, including as the resolution requires actionable recommendations to the realization of the right to health, focusing on the thematic area that we have been discussing. The number of ideas came into, but I would, from my side, I would like to add on maybe 2 to 3 additional questions for the consideration of the respective panelists while they frame their concluding remarks and suggestions. The first one is what role do you believe the Human Rights Council can play to foster better and stronger regional cooperation for access to medicine and other health products. The second question, particularly to our first speaker, who spoke briefly about the African experience on medicine harmonization initiative. According to you, what are the lessons, both positive and negative, which other region can take from the initiative that was introduced in East Africa? But last but not the least one, probably I would like to specifically ask this question to Professor Sen, if possible. What are your views on the potential of the regionalization of intellectual property law in this area for access to medicines and other health products? With that, I'd like to invite first Ms. Hawenda for your response as well as concluding remarks, followed by Mr. Delgado, Dr. Sen, and Professor Rubenstein. Ms. Hawenda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
And
so
please limit it in less than 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
less than 2 minutes. Yes. Right. So let me start with the question that you raised about, or maybe finish with the lessons. But Professor Sen raised a question about that we say that countries should, one says that countries should sustain investment or should invest in all of these things when countries are facing a global environment of debt and austerity. I mean, how can that be possible, or how does one propose for that to be done? I think the question of debt by no means is a critical aspect or an important question in terms of the inequalities that we're talking about. A lot of African countries, for instance, aren't represented in a lot of these institutions that are making critical decisions about climate change and all of these financial issues that really affect the debt levels and so forth in the African countries. So I think those are questions that needs to be also, or questions of inequality that also needs to be addressed. But I think it doesn't mean that, just because countries have unsustainable debt levels, we can just throw our hands in the air and say, well, nothing can be done. I think we have to somehow keep moving and finding ways of making those investments and for countries to keep moving with that agenda. I think that's critically important. Then a comment about the regulatory strengthening not becoming a tool for managing competition. The important thing I think that I would like to say in follow-up to that comment, that's fair enough, but I think when it comes to the Africa region, the question of the quality of what's coming in has been so neglected that we've heard people asking, what does quality mean for Africa, right? And I don't think that the question of quality should depend on where the product is going. A product of good quality is defined scientifically, and it should be the same for Africa and for any region, any country in the world. And so I would insist on the need for putting the quality of medical products coming into Africa at the heart of the conversation of improving access. The access, like Dose said in the morning, access to products of bad quality that harm people is not access. So we must insist on that, and that needs to be to continue to be a focus. In terms of lessons, then what people can learn from at least what the Africa region has done. There is a very interesting point that Dr. John Kengasong, the former director of the Africa CDC, said. He said that, you know, for Africa, the COVID pandemic showed us that there is a limit to global solidarity and that African countries need to lean on regional mechanisms for responding and meeting its need. I think that's a major lesson that is coming out of Africa, in that collaboration within the region has really helped African countries to be able to pool resources and perhaps respond in a better way than they could have if they had done it individually. Perhaps I would leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move to Mr. Delgado. Very briefly, Mr. Delgado, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to share some thoughts about all the experience and all the interventions. But I would say that the access is a multidimensional issue. You know, it requires production as the pandemics brought to light, but other steps to be addressed in order to ensure equitable access at the end of the chain. So production is a very important one. Production is where the eyes can be focused on last years to increasing production. That is a very important thing, and not only for vaccines, only strategic or only needs that the several regions and its countries should need to accomplish the essential medicine list, for example. But beyond that, there is like a regulatory frameworks to be addressed. As the previous speaker said, it is and having access with a bad quality products is not effective access by default. So we must ensure the regulatory frameworks and the steps beyond that. I mean, the strategies and the public policies to be formulated and implemented to ensuring access, the affordability, generic promotion of competitions ones, to make these prioritizations and selections methods clear and transparent and with participatory processes to ensure that the purchasing and procurement chains are efficient and fulfill the needs that the whole populations. And at the end of the chain, let's say, the rational uses and as another very, very important component of access. So as a summary, I would say that it's access to medicines and health technology is a multidimensional chain that we have to work step by step. The production is quite important one. The Americas region has strengthened and has worked in this issue, but beyond that, other steps, there are a very comprehensive work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to pass the floor to Professor Sen.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm afraid I didn't quite get your question. So can you repeat it, please? It was something about the potential for regionalization, and I didn't quite get it.
So the question was about regionalization of intellectual property, but I'll read the question. What are your views on the potential of the regionalization of intellectual property law in this area, access to medicine and other health products?
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so it's a little bit difficult for me to answer a question that is better addressed to a lawyer. But I can speak as an economist that when we think about regionalization, we typically tend to sort of flow in almost directly start thinking about production itself. And I was trying to point out through my intervention that there's many other forms of regional cooperation that are possible. One of the things that I happen to believe, as an economist, that TRIPS is a profoundly anti-competitive instrument, and in fact has no place in WTO. Now that, of course, would be seen as a rather extreme position, but it's one that, that particularly after the experience of both HIV and the COVID-19 pandemic, more and more people are coming to see maybe the reality. In fact, I think that countries tend to be so terrorized by TRIPS, and not to mention TRIPS Plus, and the possibility of sanctions being brought against them, that they don't do the things that they could do and which are perfectly within their purview. And I believe that some of these have to do with working together to say, okay, let's talk about compulsory licensing. As our friend from TWN said just now, bringing automatic compulsory licensing into your patent law is not a violation of TRIPS. And it should be possible then to have a regional grouping rather than a single country working together to do that, which would give them much more power and possibility in making that stick. As Anand Grover said, compulsory licensing has almost fallen off the table in terms of the responses that governments, that national governments use. And we need to be able to bring that back to the table. But it's difficult for a single country to have the courage, if I can use that term, to do it by itself. But it certainly can be done regionally. And I would say in that context, just responding to your first question, what role is there for HRC to foster regional cooperation? I think these kinds of ways by which key aspects can be dealt with regionally are things where the Human Rights Council could possibly help. HRC is full of lawyers who should be able to support national governments, which often don't have adequate experience in confronting the kind of use of legal systems at the global level to advance monopoly that the pharmaceutical industry sadly tends to use. Not sure if I answered your question, but that's what I would
Thank
say.
you, Professor Sen. Let me now quickly move to Professor Rubenstein. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank the organizers for including of access to the millions of people who live in war zones. Discussion. It has not been on the agenda in discussion. Yes. To what can be done. So, and the most important part is to include as one for human rights to member states and regional bodies. Real advance, say you take and acts in access to that is for initiatives at every level, from the global level, the national level, with to develop mechanisms and plans and share knowledge in dealing with this problem of violence that affects access to medicine, and develop means both of preventing it and, at least in the short term, developing means to mitigate that. That would be a terrific advance and make sure this problem gets and remains on the agenda going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, distinguished experts. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the panelists and speakers who shared their insights and expertise today. The discussion were rich and highlighted a number of key areas which will feed into the comprehensive report that we will be preparing at the request of the Human Rights Council and will be presenting at its 59th session in June 2025. As we close this series of 3 mandated expert workshops, please allow me to take some minutes to reflect not only on the takeaways from today, but on the landscape for future efforts on the issue of access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable medicines, vaccines, and other health products. Resolution 50/13 reflects the growing interest and acknowledgement by member states of the critical importance of the right to health and of a human rights-based approach in addressing the issue of access to medicines and other health products. While there has been much focus on medicines and vaccines inequities, further efforts and contemporary analysis are required to address the particular access barriers posed by other health products, which encompass a wide range of products of different nature. For example, 1 billion people lack access to assistive technologies. This includes wheelchairs or prosthetics, but also artificial intelligence-driven technologies. AI technologies and diagnostics, telemedicine, or other forms of digital health hold great potential to enhance health outcomes. But a digital health divide can exacerbate existing disparities in access. Our office remains committed to clarifying the applicable human rights norms and standards in this area and in supporting any further relevant standard setting process. The discussions today evidence the potential of regional level cooperation to leverage enhanced access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. Stepping up local and regional production can reduce dependence on imported products or donations. Regional level actors and initiatives thus need to be more prominently involved in this discussion and in envisioned solution. We also heard today about the stark rise of attacks on healthcare facilities and personnel during conflict. Such attacks undeniably pose significant barriers to the access to medicines, vaccines, and other health products. The analytical study prepared by the office and presented to the Council last year addressed these barriers and reiterated that the right to health, including ensuring access to medicines and health products, is applicable in situations of armed conflicts. Safeguarding the protection of healthcare services and personnel will continue to be an intrinsic part of the office work on the right to health. As part of our commitment to reinforce its work on economic, social, and cultural rights, the office has recently developed a multifaceted strategy to work on the right to health, which includes producing contextualized and contemporary analysis and engaging with governments in operationalizing a human rights economy and a human rights-based approach to health. Strengthening health systems requires adequate public health financing to the maximum of states' available resources. And for example, in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, we have engaged with government actors in conducting a human rights-based budget analysis for the right to health. This expert workshop highlighted the relevance of many different policy spaces and legal regimes, obviously on intellectual property and trade, but also climate change, biodiversity, humanitarian, or culture, to name a few. Our strategy envisions engaging in these spaces, including through partnership within the UN family and working towards the realization of other human rights which are underlying determinants of health. We stand ready to work with all relevant stakeholders towards the implementation of our strategy on the right to health and exploring avenues to enhance the office capacity in this area. With this, I would like to thank once again all member states, panelists, and participants for making this workshop a success. Thank you.